Chapter 5483. Everyone looked at the ancient coffin in front of them. They were in a daze. This was the coffin that buried an emperor. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and carefully examined it. He discovered that it seemed to be a stone coffin, but he didn't know what kind of stone it was made of. It was unusually simple and mysterious. The stone used to bury an emperor should be a heaven-defying material. Suddenly he was stunned. There seemed to be a terrifying dragon roar in his ears. An illusion appeared in front of him. It was the Thousand Dragons picture, carrying a majestic man who swept across the world. This should be Long Xiaotian from back then. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect it to be so powerful after death. The other people were also trembling. It was obvious that they had also seen the scene. The Crimson Dragon at the side exclaimed, "It's so scary. Just one look at the ancient coffin, and my soul is about to be buried in it. I will never be able to come back." The others nodded desperately. It was indeed too scary. They didn't dare to look anymore. The Dragon Emperor. After Long Mu and the others arrived, they also walked forward excitedly. However, after a few steps, many of them screamed and turned into blood mist. Even a few cracks appeared on Long Mu's body. He was knocked back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The others sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying power! There was a great emperor's formation here. No way. It might be the emperor's aura of the Dragon Emperor's corpse. It was the most terrifying power in the universe. Even if it was dead, it couldn't be challenged. Long Mu knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. "Dragon Emperor, please don't be angry." Although they were his descendants, they didn't dare to get closer. The emperor was a supreme existence. They couldn't get close and could only look up. The others also sighed. They felt that even if they had the emperor's weapon, they weren't confident, because there was a real emperor buried in front of them. It was an existence that far surpassed a boundary emperor. One had to know that a boundary emperor was already very terrifying. However, in front of an emperor, they were nothing. It seemed that they were going to return empty-handed. The surrounding people sighed. They came to the last step and saw the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin. However, they didn't gain anything. "Forget it. Let's go back and see if there are any other treasures in the other halls. I don't want to stay here any longer." The Purple Mansion Palace Master was also scared. The Kuan Peng clan, the Fire Qilin clan, and the others all prepared to go back. Should I go back? Lin Xian also frowned. He used his Rinnegan to investigate. The ancient coffin in front of him was indeed mysterious. With his current strength, he was unable to challenge it. This hall was very spacious, and it didn't seem to have any treasures. It seemed that he really had to go to the other halls to take a look. Lin Xian also prepared to leave. However, right at that moment, the Tao of Dragon auras ahead suddenly trembled violently. Then, a deep roar came from the ancient coffin. As soon as this voice came out, the souls of the surrounding people cracked, and they screamed as they retreated. They were all terrified. Where did that sound come from? The elder of the Gu family pointed in front of him in horror. It came from the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin. What? The Dragon Sea Master, the Lightning Dragon Patriarch, and the Wind Dragon Patriarch were all stunned. They fell to their knees. Could it be that the voice that came from the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin was the Dragon Emperor? Was the Dragon Emperor still alive? As soon as this was said, the others went crazy. It couldn't be. A great emperor was still alive. This was too unbelievable. Impossible. The old phoenix shook her head. An existence from 90,000 years ago couldn't possibly be alive now. What was going on? The old sword man also frowned. The elder of the Golden Crow tribe said, "This is too scary. Let's leave quickly." Everyone retreated. At that moment, the deep roar of the dragon resounded again. Everyone's souls cracked, and they were about to cry. They realized that the millions of dragon auras in the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin seemed to have received some kind of order and transformed into dragon shadows. An extremely terrifying radiance burst out from his eyes, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone was sent flying and vomited blood. The power of a great emperor had completely exceeded them. It wasn't something they could withstand. Quick, use your extreme weapons. These people roared crazily. The extreme weapons of the great emperor family were used to resist. However, this extreme power seemed to have angered the ancient coffin even more. An even more terrifying Tao of dragon aura surged out. Quick, run. These people retreated, frantically. The people on the Divine Union's side also retreated in fear. At that moment, the millions of dragon auras charged toward Lin Xian. They roared angrily. Lin Xian was being targeted. The people of the Divine Union were also in despair. Lin Xian roared, "Run!" He used the heaven-devouring jar to resist. In the next instant, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Lin Xian was sent flying. Many of the black holes around him were shattered, and blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Murong Qingqing and the others were also sent flying. The blood of the others was also churning. What happened? Was it targeting Lin Wuti again? The god-slaying saber seemed to be targeting Lin Wuti. Now, the dragon aura in the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin was the same. Lin Wuti was just too unlucky. The Purple Mansion Lord said, "Have you forgotten? He was someone who had killed the Dragon Prince. Now that he was standing in front of the Dragon Emperor, how could he escape unscathed? The Dragon Emperor's power could definitely kill him." Ha ha ha. Great. Lin Wuti was really an idiot. He actually dared to stand in front of the Dragon Emperor. The people of the 1,000 Dragon Court laughed proudly as they retreated from the passage. They were outside. The people of the Divine Union were also sent flying. They couldn't move forward. How was Big Brother Xian? Murong Qingqing and the others were anxious. However, they realized that the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin in front of them had completely exploded and sealed the passage. No one could enter. Lin Wuti was dead. Long Mu snorted. That was the place where the Dragon Emperor was sleeping. Just one of his powers was enough to destroy the myriad worlds. No matter how strong Lin Wuti was, he was no match for him. The people of the Divine Union were in despair. In the spacious hall, Lin Xian's face turned ugly. Damn it! Was he being targeted again? However, it made sense. He had killed the Dragon Prince and slapped the Dragon Emperor in the face 90,000 years ago. These were all karma. Now that he was standing in front of the Dragon Emperor's corpse, he wouldn't leave so easily. He gritted his teeth and threw out the heaven-devouring jar. The surrounding black hole shrouded him. At the same time, a terrifying radiance burst out from his eyes. He waved his hand, and a sword, qi, slashed forward. Boom! His arm was numb from the impact. The dragon aura in front of him was tumbling. However, it was still intact in an instant. This was the power of a true emperor. It was too strong. Lin Xian was holding half an extreme grade weapon and using the power of the great dragon sword spirit. Was it not enough? He shouted and took out the great dragon sword spirit. He held it with both hands and was about to explode. However, after the great dragon sword soul flew out, it roared at the sky. It was the 100 Tails divine dragon, and it charged forward directly. Chapter 5484. Lin Xian was stunned by the dragon sword soul's actions. He hadn't moved at all. It was the dragon sword soul that moved on its own. What was going on? Lin Xian frowned. However, he realized that the dragon sword soul was really terrifying. It actually split the dragon qi in its path, forming a crack. Under Lin Xian's surprised gaze, the dragon sword soul flew forward. It came to the front of the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin and then floated above it. There was an angry roar from the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin. Thousands of dragon qi rushed over and turned into a giant dragon to attack the dragon sword soul. Lin Xian didn't have the strength to attack for a while. He heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he looked forward again. What was going on? Were the two fighting? Amidst this dragon's roar, Tens of thousands of dragon chi rushed towards the great dragon's sword soul. It enveloped the dragon's sword soul. However, the great dragon's sword soul let out a sword cry. Then its long sword swept in all directions, cutting all the dragons into pieces. It turned into dragon chi again, and all these things were swallowed by it. The sword blade began to absorb these auras. There was an angry roar from the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin below. The ancient coffin shook. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The dragon's sword soul was blasted away. Lin Xian was stunned. He was a little afraid. Would the Dragon Emperor's corpse come out? The dragon's sword soul was sent flying. It circled and charged over. It directly charged into the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin. Lin Xian couldn't see. He could only see the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin shaking violently. The surrounding dragon, Qi, seemed to have received an order. It rushed into the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin crazily. In front, it seemed to have turned into a storm of energy, sweeping in all directions. The entire hall was filled with spatial cracks. Lin Xian retreated to a corner. He took out the heaven-swallowing jar to block. Under this power, he could only protect himself. The people outside felt their scalps go numb when they felt this power. They pushed further. At the same time, they said that Lin Wuti was dead meat. Zi Fu and the others laughed coldly. They looked nervous. However, Murong Qingqing and the others didn't act rashly. They did not go in at all. After experiencing so many dangers, Murong Qingqing had Lin Xian's soul jade tablet. The soul jade pendant wasn't broken at all, which meant that although Lin Xian was dangerous, he wasn't in mortal danger. As for why there was such a terrifying power, they had no idea. This power lasted for many days before slowly disappearing on the fourth day. Soon after, the great dragon's sword spirit flew out and returned to Lin Xian's body. The dragon Qi in front of him had become faint. The Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin also fell to the ground with a rumbling sound. The entire Dragon Emperor ancient curtain shook violently. Was it over? Lin Xian stood up and looked ahead, bewildered. At this moment, the dragon Qi above the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin had already disappeared. What happened? The great dragon sword spirit had returned safely. He had defeated the Dragon Emperor's corpse. Why were they fighting? Lin Xian was not aware of any of this. At this moment, a voice rang out. Are you curious? You can go ahead and open the ancient coffin to take a look. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this idea. What a bold idea. The next moment, he was even more horrified. Who was it? He shouted coldly. When the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin exploded, everyone was pushed back. He was the only one left here. But now, someone was talking to him. Who was it? Could it be that the Dragon Emperor's corpse was resurrected? His scalp was about to split open. It's me. The low voice rang out again. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This time he heard it clearly. The voice came from his body. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to investigate. The next moment he was shocked. The great dragon, sword spirit. He exclaimed. A sword Qi flew out from his body. It was the great dragon sword spirit. The great dragon sword spirit was floating in front of him. He spoke. Yes, it's me. You can speak? Lin Xian was completely stunned. He had owned the great dragon sword spirit for so many years, but he had never heard of it being able to speak. I just woke up, and the great dragon sword spirit spoke. If it weren't for the power of the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to wake up. After hearing this, Lin Xian was completely stunned. The great dragon sword spirit was the sword spirit of the great dragon sword. It could be said that it was also a kind of weapon spirit. Lin Xian thought of the black tortoise 8 trigrams and the destructive spear. Those were all weapons, but they seemed to be living creatures. The great dragon sword was probably such an existence in the past, but now only the sword spirit was left. And it was actually sleeping before. Lin Xian remembered that the moment he entered the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb, the great dragon sword spirit began to absorb power. The first time it absorbed the power of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. Whoever entered first would have a special power, but that power was absorbed by the great dragon sword spirit. The second time it absorbed the power of the god-slaying saber, and the third time it absorbed the power of the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin. You didn't absorb the Dragon Emperor's corpse, did you? Lin Xian was shocked. The great dragon sword spirit smiled mysteriously. Do you want to know? Open it and take a look. Don't worry, there won't be any danger. There won't be any danger. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. What a joke! How terrifying was the corpse of a great emperor. Lin Xian had seen the corpse of a quasi-emperor before, and he couldn't bear it. The previous great emperor's corpse would turn into ashes as soon as it got close. But now it said that there wouldn't be any danger. However, the great dragon sword spirit had a look of certainty, which made Lin Xian curious. The terrifying aura in front of him had indeed disappeared. He took a deep breath, took out the heaven-devouring jar with his left hand, created a vortex, and then walked forward, carefully arriving in front of the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin. Lin Xian stretched out his right hand and grabbed the sarcophagus. He didn't feel any terrifying aura, which made him heave a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he used the power of his divine body. With a crack, just as his divine body was about to collapse, a low sound finally came out. Then the sarcophagus slowly opened. Lin Xian took a deep breath and took a closer look. However, he was stunned, because there wasn't a corpse inside but a battle robe. Where's the Dragon Emperor? Was he really absorbed by you? The great dragon sword spirit flew over, looked at the ancient coffin below, and said, there wasn't a corpse in the first place, so this battle robe had been buried all along. Cenotaph. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He had seen such a situation before. Some people's souls were destroyed in a great battle. Their corpses didn't exist at all, so when they were buried, they would take some of the items used by these people. It was called the cenotaph, but the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb was the tomb of a great emperor, and the Dragon Emperor was also destroyed? He couldn't believe it. He looked at the great dragon sword spirit and said, Great Dragon, what's going on? Can you tell me? Lin Xian was really curious. Chapter 5485. Lin Xian was really surprised that the Dragon Emperor's corpse was not inside the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin. So, he looked at the great dragon sword spirit, wanting it to explain. The great dragon sword spirit said, he didn't have a corpse to begin with, only a battle robe. As for where his corpse went, I don't know either. Lin Xian was too shocked after hearing that. There was only one battle robe buried in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. Where was the Dragon Emperor's corpse? It was really too unbelievable. Suddenly he moved. He turned his head and looked into the distance. There, 6 tunnels had been pierced through. Back then, under the Dragon Emperor, there were 7 dragon generals. They were all quasi-emperors, but now only the 7th dragon general was left. The first 6 had already disappeared, and the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb had been broken by others. Could it be related to the disappearance of the Dragon Emperor's corpse? Lin Xian wasn't sure. The great dragon sword spirit said, Don't think about it. You won't understand the methods of the great emperor. Right now, the most important thing is to cultivate well. I can feel that you already have the seed of the divine fire. Next, you just need enough power. Lin Xian said, I know. I have already gathered a lot of power. I think I should be able to break through to the sacred clan this time. Then, let's cultivate here first. Although the Dragon Emperor's corpse was gone, this place was indeed a treasure ground. It was a place personally chosen by the Dragon Emperor. The effect of cultivating here was much better than outside. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he began to send a sound transmission to Morong Qingqing and the others, telling them to go back first. Outside, Those people were still bewildered. What happened inside? They still didn't dare to go in. At this time, Murong Qingqing and the others were also stunned when they heard the rumors. Brother Xian is fine and still needs to cultivate inside. He just wants us to go back first. She found Yan Ryu, Bai Susu, and the Crimson Dragon to discuss. Bai Susu said, if they left just like that, it would be too obvious. Perhaps others would rush in to investigate. After all, there was no danger inside. How about this? We will pretend to go to other halls to search for treasures. After a while, we will find an excuse to leave. After Murong Qingqing and the others heard this, they all nodded. All right, let's do it this way. Murong Qingqing asked the Old Phoenix and the others to leave first. The Old Phoenix led the Phoenix clan's people to the other halls to search. After a few days, they seemed to have found something. The eyes of the surrounding great Emperor clans turned red. Damn it, was Lin Wuyi dead? Who knows, but he's dead for sure. He had offended a great emperor, so it was impossible for him to walk out alive. Then why are we still here? I see that the Phoenix clan has gone to look for treasures. Let's go too. I don't want to face the desolate dragon ancient coffin in front anymore. Let's go to the other halls. These monarch clans and remote antiquity clans discussed for a while before leaving one after another. The people from the Z government and the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty also left. They felt that there was no more suspense. Let's go too. Murong Qingqing and the others also left with the Divine Union. In the remaining time, these people started searching for treasures in the other halls. In fact, from time to time, battles would break out. In the spacious hall ahead, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. He started to cultivate. The divine flame seed between his eyebrows was slowly growing, and his cultivation was also slowly increasing. He was very close to becoming a divine ancestor. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to become a divine lord. Outside, these people were bewildered. The news of the Dragon Emperor ancient tomb being opened had spread throughout the buried Emperor Star. Countless people were paying attention to this place. However, a great emperor was too terrifying. Apart from the monarch clans who had brought along extreme weapons, only the most elite remote antiquity clans could enter. Moreover, they had to enter together with the monarch clans. After that, no one else could enter. Moreover, in the past few days, another matter had swept across all directions and attracted everyone's attention. Z Mansion residence. In a mysterious pavilion, a figure woke up from a deep sleep. He slowly opened his eyes and roared. He roared at the sky, and purple chi rushed out from his body, sweeping in all directions. The world was shocked. Everyone in the buried Emperor Star was alarmed. This aura is so terrifying. I feel like there's a heavenly phenomenon. Did someone break through? One after another, cries of surprise sounded out. Everyone went to investigate. That should be the direction of the Z Mansion. Could it be that Yao Guang broke through? Hearing this, the surrounding people's scalps went numb. Yao Guang was a cultivator of the devouring demonic technique. Did he devour someone powerful? However, this time they guessed wrong. It wasn't Yao Guang. The people in the Z Mansion were also shocked and looked over. Yao Guang walked out from a palace. He looked into the distance with a cold expression. This aura was too powerful. It had surpassed his. In his mind, 9 firmament quasi-emperors' voice sounded out. Triple Crown Champion? He had awakened faster than he had imagined. Yao Guang coldly snorted and clenched his fists. One day, I will also become the Triple Crown Champion. 9 firmament quasi-emperors said. You should recover from your injuries first. Yao Guang turned around and entered the darkness. The other elders in the Z Mansion were excited. He had awakened. The Triple Crown Champion had awakened. They all walked towards the heaven-connecting pagoda in the distance. They waited there. Within the heaven-connecting pagoda, a man in purple opened his eyes. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. After a long time, the light slowly returned to his eyes. He stood up and clenched his fists. Then he looked around him. Had he awakened? He wondered how long he had been asleep this time. Greetings, Triple Crown Champion. In the four corners of the room, there were four old figures. They stood up, their faces pale. It was these four people who had been responsible for awakening Triple Crown Champion. Triple Crown Champion looked at the four old men and asked in a low voice, "How many years had it been?" One of the old men said, "You have been asleep for 23,000 years. Now is a golden age. Someone in this generation will definitely become a great emperor." A golden age? Triple Crown Champion nodded. The corners of his mouth curled up. Then the one to become a great emperor will definitely be me. He walked out with large strides. As he walked down the stairs, he discovered that there were even more people waiting outside. These people were curiously sizing up the person in front of them. What a terrifying aura! Was she the Triple Crown Champion? Just how terrifying was this person's strength? She had surpassed Linwoody and was a light-shaking realm cultivator. These people sighed in amazement. Just a trace of her aura was enough to make them feel as if they were facing a powerful enemy. Purple Underworld walked out, looked around, and harumphed coldly. A domineering aura emanated from his body, sweeping out in all directions. These people felt their scalps go numb. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look. Where was this generation's palace lord? Purple Underworld stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was like a god looking down on the world. Very quickly, 3 old men walked over from the distance. These 3 were very old, like living fossils. They were the Grand Elders. They said that the palace lord had brought people to attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb. "We are the Grand Elders of this generation. We have come to welcome you." Chapter 5486. Attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb? Hearing this, Ziming was also astonished. Had this era already become so terrifying? They dared to attack the tomb of a great emperor? It's a long story. Triple Crown Champion, please come with us. The 3 elders were very polite. Although they were living fossils, the person in front of them was a Triple Crown Champion. In the dragon transformation battle, Linwoody, Yao Guang, and the others were double crown champions. The Triple Crown was in existence above Linwoody and Yao Guang. They naturally didn't dare to be careless. Ziming nodded and followed the 3 elders into the distance. Everyone stepped aside to make a path for him. Ziming wanted to hear how these people explained. At the same time, he said loudly, "Inform everyone that in 3 days, I want everyone in the Purple Mansion to come and see me." When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Many people's scalps went numb. Everyone in the Purple Mansion greeted him. Who did this guy think he was? Mansion Master? What a joke! This guy was too arrogant. However, the 3 elders said, "Don't worry, we'll take care of this matter." After Ziming woke up, he had been very domineering and didn't put these people in his eyes. Even in front of the elders, he didn't hold back, because he had the right to do so. He was a Triple Crown Champion, and his strength was enough to split heaven and earth. These elders might not be able to beat him. Therefore, he seemed to have turned into the king of the Purple Mansion and had no scruples here. After entering a large hall, the 3 supreme elders recounted what had happened in detail. Ziming narrowed his eyes. Linwoody and Yao Guang. One of them was first in the dragon transformation battle, and the other cultivated the demonic engulfing art? Interesting. Then, when he heard that even people with born Taoism aptitude and light race had appeared, he was shocked. Born Taoism aptitude, one of the top 10 physiques in the universe. The light race had been extinct. He didn't expect that there were still people alive, as expected of the Golden Age. It seemed that this generation would have a great emperor. However, they didn't have any hope. Linwoody, the light race, and Yao Guang were no match for him. No matter how strong they were only double crown champions. And he was a Triple Crown Champion. Go and prepare. I want to see everyone in 3 days, Violet Shade said in a deep voice. These utmost exalted elders were also frowning deeply. They were polite because they valued the other party. However, this Ming was a bit too arrogant. Did he really treat them like servants? One of the red-haired grand elders said, "You just woke up, you should rest for a while." Another supreme elder wearing a blue robe also spoke. "That's right, we have awakened you this time because we have a very big mission for you. You have to deal with Lin Wudi and destroy it. He is our greatest enemy. Are you ordering me around?" Ming's face darkened. Suddenly, he attacked the red-haired old man with lightning speed. His palm seemed to have transformed into a purple lightning bolt. "How dare you!" The red-haired old man was also furious. Previously, the other party had been arrogantly ordering them around, causing him to be furious. Now the other party actually dared to directly attack him. He didn't hold back anymore. He clapped his hands, which turned into a cloud of fire that swept out in all directions. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The entire hall split open. Endless cracks appeared in the sky, and the mansion shook. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What happened? Was someone fighting? They all soared into the air and looked into the distance. In the shattered ruins, a figure kept retreating. It was the red-haired old man. At this moment, his palm was split open, and his arms were trembling. Saint blood dripped down, sinking the ground. His eyes were filled with horror. He was injured. The other party had injured him so easily. Ming retracted his palm and stood with his hands behind his back. "It seems that you still don't know my identity. I am the Triple Crown Champion. I didn't awaken at your command. I was ordered to lead you. Now, obediently do as I say and respect me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." As he spoke, he took a step forward. The aura on his body suddenly exploded, as if a primordial beast had been resurrected. The three utmost exalted elders' expressions changed. This aura was really too powerful. They were like small boats swaying in a storm. In addition, their companion, the red-haired old man, was very powerful, yet he was injured in a single attack. Was this the strength of the Triple Crown Champion? It was so terrifying. It seemed that no one at the peak of the great sage realm could suppress him. What happened? Utmost exalted elders, the young cultivators, and the old elders in the distance all rushed over to ask. The hall was in ruins. Who was it? Was someone ambushing them? When they saw that the red-haired old man was injured, they saw that the utmost exalted elders were injured on the screen. Who was the one who did this? When they saw a purple figure standing opposite the three utmost exalted elders, their scalps went numb. Could it be that the Triple Crown Champion had attacked again? They couldn't believe it. These people landed and looked at the utmost exalted elders. The blue-haired elder said, "If there's nothing else, leave." The red-haired old man's arm recovered. He said, "I'm sparring with the Triple Crown Champion. If there's nothing else, leave." He really was fighting the Triple Crown Champion, and the Triple Crown Champion had injured the utmost exalted elders. Heavens, this was the power of the Triple Crown Champion. It was really too terrifying. Since it was a sparring session, they didn't think too much and left. Ming narrowed his eyes and said, "You all can leave as well. In 3 days, I want to see everyone." As he spoke, he soared into the air and flew into the distance. After seeing Ming leave, the blue-robed old man coldly snorted. This guy was really arrogant. The other utmost exalted elder frowned. Ming's strength was really too terrifying. The red-haired old man also sighed. "I'm no match for him. Even if the three of us attacked, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to suppress him. Moreover, we have no reason to attack him. Although he's a bit arrogant, he's still a member of the Purple Mansion. Let's listen to him for now and wait for the Purple Mansion to return." The three elders sighed. They didn't know if letting out such an arrogant Triple Crown Champion was a blessing or a curse for them. Next, the three elders went to inform the people of the Purple Mansion. 3 days later they gathered. The people of the Purple Mansion were shocked. They all began to move. 3 days later, the square in front of the Purple Mansion's main hall was filled with people. It was so large that one couldn't see the end of it. These were all people who were qualified to be here. There were also some who weren't. They stood there extremely puzzled. They didn't know why the utmost exalted elder had called them here. Among them, there were many experts of the older generation and the 9 successors. These people were also puzzled. Qin Xianer was also among them. She said, "I heard that the Triple Crown champion woke up some time ago. Perhaps this gathering has something to do with him." Chapter 5487. At this moment, a man in purple walked out from the hall in front of them. He looked arrogant, as if a divine king had descended. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they felt this aura. Countless pairs of eyes looked forward. Was he the Triple Crown champion? Zi Ming's eyes turned into purple lightning and looked forward like a peerless divine sword. He looked at the 9 successors, the elders of the older generation, the young geniuses, and some people who had awakened from their deep slumber. Then he asked, "Is everyone here?" The red-haired Grand Elder walked over and said, "The people who followed the mansion master haven't returned yet." In addition, Yao Guang was injured and was still recovering in seclusion. Yao Guang? Zi Ming asked. "Is he the successor of the demonic sky-devouring technique?" "That's right." The Grand Elder nodded. Zi Ming snorted coldly. "This Yao Guang is too arrogant. Didn't I say that everyone should come? How dare he be so arrogant?" Everyone was shocked by the cold snort. The Grand Elder said that Yao Guang was injured. However, Zi Ming waved his hand and stopped him. "Where is Yao Guang? If you don't tell me, I'll use my own methods to find her one by one. But when the time comes, the Purple Mansion will be destroyed." Zi Ming's voice was incomparably cold. The Grand Elder had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, "In the 7th palace." The Purple Mansion was very big and had many areas. Yao Guang's residence was the 7th palace. The majestic main hall stood tall on the ground, and the array flickered. Zi Ming rushed into the sky. The 7th palace? He rushed over. The Grand Elder's pupils shrank. "Oh no, what is this guy going to do?" They also followed. The others followed. The 9 geniuses, the other elders, and those who had awakened from their deep slumber all followed. They also wanted to see what the Triple Crown champion was going to do. They knew that Yao Guang was very strong. He was second in the dragon transformation realm, second only to Lin Wudi. His future was unparalleled. He had a very high status in the Purple Mansion. Now that the other party was injured and couldn't come, what could the Triple Crown champion do? Some people were in the mood to watch a show because they felt that the Triple Crown champion was too arrogant. He had just awakened and he didn't care about everything. How dare he summon them? He was also rude to the Grand Elder. Soon, they arrived above the 7th palace. Looking at the majestic palace below, Zi Ming coldly snorted and slapped out with his palm. The purple thunderbolt transformed into a giant hand, blotting out the sky as it charged towards the 7th palace. The array outside flickered, and then it shattered with a loud bang. The sky was filled with the sound of thunder. Everyone was pushed back by this force. They were all dumbfounded. This guy actually dared to make a move. The Grand Elder's expression also changed. Just as they were about to say something, Zi Ming coldly snorted. "Yao Guang, come out and see me." The 7th hall shook violently. The array formation shattered, and the fragments of the laws scattered all over the floor. The palace was shaken, and the light-shaking realm cultivators opened their eyes. His face darkened. Someone dared to attack him at this time, disturbing his cultivation. Who was so reckless? Killing intent emerged from his body. Immediately after, he heard a voice. "Yao Guang, come out and see me." The light-shaking elder was enraged. He coldly harumphed, and his figure flickered as he walked out. He looked up at the sky. "Who dares to attack my residence? Do you want to die?" He stared at Zi Ming. Zi Ming coldly laughed. "You're the light-shaking elder? Did you receive the recruitment order I sent earlier?" Zi Ming frowned. It was actually this guy. He had met this person before. Wasn't this the Triple Crown champion who had just awakened? The other party had actually come to cause trouble for him. When he heard this, he coldly harumphed. I'm injured, so I must go into seclusion to cultivate. Ziming laughed. You dare to disobey my orders? It seems that you don't know how powerful I am. As he spoke, he waved his hand. A bolt of lightning flew out, directly attacking the light-shaking elder. The light-shaking elder's expression changed. You're courting death. He struck out with his palm, forming a monstrous barren crack that tore the sky apart. He blocked the bolt of lightning. However, his body still swayed and he retreated. There was nothing he could do. The other party was the Triple Crown champion, while he was only the Double Crown champion, and he was injured. The difference in strength between the two was extremely large. Seeing that the light-shaking elder was being targeted, the surrounding people also cried out in surprise. Ziming coldly laughed. Successor of the demonic heaven-devouring art, I want to see what qualifications you have to be arrogant in front of me. As he spoke, he waved his hand again. He seemed to have transformed into a purple thunder god. Then he waved his claw, and the thunder god's claw covered the sky as it attacked the light-shaking elder. The light-shaking elder's pupils constricted, and he tried to dodge. He used the Gu clan's spatial divine ability, but he was still knocked out. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The others were in an uproar. Wasn't light-shaking elder injured? The Triple Crown champion was actually so powerful. Some people also said that it was because light-shaking elder's injuries had not healed. Otherwise, she would not have been injured so easily. Light-shaking elder was also furious. Damn it! A black vortex appeared on his body, and at the same time, a primal chaos aura spread out. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, he used his strength to the extreme, and he did not care about the injuries he suffered. As soon as the primal chaos physique appeared, it possessed the power to split heaven and earth, and condensed into the bloodline divine axe. With a swing of the axe, heaven and earth split open. It appeared, the light-shaking elder's most powerful technique. Countless people cried out in surprise. Previously, this axe had defeated countless experts, and it had only lost to Lin Wudi. Presumably, this attack could definitely threaten the Triple Crown champion. When he saw this, the Triple Crown champion narrowed his eyes. The power of the primal chaos race. It seems that you have devoured a primal chaos genius. But so what? You're too weak. You don't understand the Triple Crown champion's strength at all. Let me show you what my true strength is. Endless lightning circled around his body, and he also carried a sinister aura, as if he had rushed out from hell. The lightning formed a purple spear, and it pierced downwards. The spear pierced through heaven and earth, and it carried with it a destructive power. In an instant, it pierced through the 9 heavens. Not good, it's the underworld spear. When the Grand Elder saw this, he cried out in surprise. Light-shaking elder, light-shaking elder, roared angrily. Slash! The bloodline divine axe in her hand slashed downwards. This axe was so powerful that it was as if an ancient mountain had descended, and it turned the void into a black hole. Endless darkness descended. Everyone's scalps went numb, and they frantically retreated. However, in this darkness, a purple arc of lightning flashed rapidly. He split the darkness apart and crashed into the bloodline divine axe. With a clang, the bloodline divine axe was pierced through. Light-shaking elder was also sent flying. His body had been pierced through by the purple lightning, and he was nailed to the ground. Ah! A frenzied roar rang out. When everyone saw this scene, they were incomparably terrified. Light-shaking elder's strongest attack had been broken so easily? Was this the strength of the Triple Crown champion? It was too terrifying. It was so powerful that it made people despair. Chapter 5488. The people from the Purple Mansion sect couldn't believe what they were seeing. Even the 3 Grand Elders were dumbfounded. They knew that there was a gap between the two sides, but they didn't expect it to be so big. Yao Guang was defeated so easily. It was beyond their expectations. The purple underworld slowly descended. It landed on the ground and walked forward. You're pitifully weak. I just used a few moves, and you were defeated. As soon as he finished speaking, he arrived in front of Yao Guang. He stepped on Yao Guang's head and asked coldly, "Now you know the gap between us. Do you still think you have the right to be arrogant in front of me?" Shock. Incomparable shock. Everyone went crazy. Was this the Triple Crown champion? After all, Lin Wuyi had used his full strength to defeat a light-shaking realm cultivator. But now, the Triple Crown champion had easily defeated a light-shaking realm cultivator and was even stepping on Yao Guang's head. This was a complete one-sided victory. Yao Guang was also shocked. How could there be such a powerful person? After all, his only enemy was Lin Wuyi. He didn't care about anyone else. Even if he knew that the Triple Crown champion had appeared, so what? In his opinion, even though he was only the Double Crown champion, he would have no problem defeating the Triple Crown champion. After all, he had many trump cards, so he didn't care about his opponent at all. But now he realized that the situation wasn't like that at all. The Triple Crown champion's strength was far beyond his expectations. Damn it, my injuries haven't healed yet. Otherwise he would have. However, Purple Underworld sneered. Your injuries haven't healed, stupid thing. Even if your injuries were healed, 10 of you wouldn't be able to defeat me. He stomped on Yao Guang's body and shattered it. I don't like people who resist me. Even though you're a genius expert, if you dare to resist me, you can go to hell. A cold killing intent appeared in Purple Underworld's eyes. This time he had come out with the intention of taking over the entire Purple Mansion sect. Yao Guang didn't give him face during his first summon. He planned to kill him to intimidate everyone. Sensing this killing intent, the distant descendants were shocked. Heavens, he actually wanted to kill Yao Guang. The 3 Grand Elders also shouted angrily. No. The light-shaking realm was extremely important to them. If he were to die, they would not be able to accept it. Yao Guang's pupils shrank as she sensed a fatal danger. She knew that the other party was really going to kill her. A furious roar rang out. Damn it, are you still not going to make a move? Quasi-Emperor Jiu Shao sighed in his mind. In the last battle, the remnant soul of the 9 Firmament Quasi-Emperor was also injured and did not have much strength left. But now he had no choice but to make a move. It seemed that after this attack, he would have to go into a deep sleep again. Boom! The remnant soul of the 9 Firmaments Quasi-Emperor went out and struck out a large illusory hand. It collided with the other party's lightning. A world-shaking sound rang out, and the Triple Crown King was forced back. The lightning on his body had dimmed significantly, causing him to frown deeply. His gaze pierced through the void as he stared ahead. You actually still have a trump card? Yao Guang stood up, and her shattered body recovered. His face became incomparably gloomy, and at the same time a powerful soul force rushed out. It covered the sky and covered the earth. Feeling the aura of this soul, the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship it. The 3 Grand Elders' pupils shrank. This was the aura of a Quasi-Emperor. They cried out in alarm. The Triple Crown King was also shocked. He didn't expect the other party to have the power of a Quasi-Emperor. Although he was the Triple Crown King, he was still no match for the power of a Quasi-Emperor. But soon he laughed coldly. So it was just a trace of power. It was only enough to protect himself. How long could you use the power of a Quasi-Emperor for? He took a step forward. The power in his body erupted once again. Yao Guang soared into the sky and stared coldly at the Triple Crown King. Just you wait. Today, you dared to attack me and injure me. In the future, I will pay you back 100-fold. As he spoke, he tore through the void and disappeared. He actually escaped. Zi Ming frowned, but he didn't give chase. The other party had the power of a Quasi-Emperor. He couldn't kill him now, but he didn't care about such a threat. Now that he had awakened and was in the Golden Age, he would also break through one day. He would become a quasi-emperor. At that time, it would be easy for him to kill the other party. The others were all shocked. The Yaoguang had actually escaped. It was too unbelievable. This was a Yaoguang. Even against Lin Wuti, he wouldn't have escaped. He even dared to challenge Lin Xian. But now, in front of the Triple Crown King, he had no power to resist. In the end, if the quasi-emperor hadn't appeared, the Yaoguang would have died. Now, they looked at Ziming with fear in their eyes. This person was undefeatable. Ziming coldly harumphed. You ran fast. He turned around and looked at the others. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? The surrounding disciples, experts, and elders all lowered their heads. No one dared to challenge him. The three supreme elders also sighed. Good. Ziming's lips curled up. From now on, he was the leader of the Purple Palace. Next, let's talk about Lin Wuti. I heard that he was even stronger than this Yaoguang. But in my eyes, he was also an ant. He challenged the Purple Palace many times, and you couldn't do anything. But since I've awakened, I will kill him. I will let everyone know the power of the Purple Palace. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Was this guy going to attack Lin Wuti? Some of the Purple Palace experts smiled. That's great. Although the Triple Crown King was arrogant and overbearing, he was still a member of the Purple Palace. Lin Wuti was their enemy, and the Triple Crown King could easily defeat the Yaoguang. Although Lin Wuti was stronger than the Yaoguang, he would still die if he encountered the Triple Crown King. Qin Xianer's eyes shrank. This time, she was really worried about Lin Xian. She took a deep breath and walked out. From what I know, Lin Wuti also went to the Dragon Flower Ancient Tomb. Since he hasn't come out yet, why don't we do other things first? It won't be too late to make a move after Lin Wuti comes out. Qin Xianer wanted to buy some time so that she could send a message to Lin Xian. She wanted Lin Xian to quickly leave this place. Oh, he's not here either? But it doesn't matter. Even if he's not here, his sect should be. I heard it's called the Divine Union. We can make a move against him first. How about this? I'll give you 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, follow me to destroy the Divine Union. Once these words were spoken, countless people went into an uproar. Some people clenched their fists. Destroy the Divine Union. Fine, they would destroy the Divine Union first and wait for Lin Wuti to come back before destroying him. Everyone knew that the Divine Union was really finished this time. They quickly made their preparations. Ziming's lips curled into a smile. First place in the dragon transformation battle? Invincible. In front of him, everyone was an ant. Chapter 5489. The people in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb did not know about this yet. The Emperor clan and remote antiquity family searched the other halls and found fewer and fewer treasures. They were ready to leave. In the deepest part of the palace, there was still no one who could enter. Only Lin Xian sat there cross-legged, cultivating. The aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger. It would not take long for him to break through and reach the peak of the Great Sage Realm. However, a storm was brewing in St. Origin Ancient City. This ancient city had been around for a long time, and there were countless families and sects in it. The Divine Union was one of them. It had been established in recent years. This was unbelievable. In this ancient city, these families and sects had been around for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. No one had been able to establish a sect here in the past 1,000 years, let alone in the past 100 years. However, Lin Xian had done it. He had established the Divine Union single-handedly and stood tall in this ancient city. The moment it was established, it had swept through everything. The Divine Union was a top-notch existence in this ancient city. At this moment, there was a group of powerhouses in the sky. The leader was Ziming. Behind him were the elders. They were successors and powerhouses. The 3 grand elders were in charge of guarding the Purple Mansion to prevent others from sneaking up on them. This time, not everyone had come. It could be said that less than half of them had come. However, everyone was confident because they had the Triple Crown Champion. Actually, a Triple Crown Champion was enough to sweep through everything and destroy the entire Divine Union. They had only brought others along to create a grand scene. Was the Divine Union below? It was said that this was a force that had been established in the ancient city recently. However, it was a pity that he was going to be destroyed from today onwards. Ziming looked down at the palace below with a cold smile on his face. At the same time, in the Purple Mansion, Qin Xianer looked up at the sky with a grave expression. This time she did not follow. Instead, she chose to stay in the Purple Mansion. She was friends with Lin Xian, so she could not do anything to the three alliances. More importantly, it would be easier for her to transmit information if she stayed here. At this moment, he formed a hand seal and created a transportation array to send the message out. Lin Xian, this is all I can do to help you. Hurry up and leave. Don't go against the Triple Crown Champion. Qin Xianer shook her head and sighed. She started to wait anxiously. Meanwhile, in the Divine Union, Fu Hongya frowned. When he received the news, he immediately summoned a few people. Among them were Nailin Liang, Yu Ren, and Shangguan Shaoxian. These people were either disciples of the Divine Union or Peerless City. At this moment, they gathered together and began to discuss. Why are you looking for us? Nailin asked. Yuren also said, Senior Brother Fu, your complexion doesn't look too good. On the other hand, Fu Hongya's expression was grave. He had said that something bad had happened and that someone was going to attack the Divine Union. Hearing this, Fatty Nailin laughed. I say, have you not been resting well recently? What nonsense was he talking about? Who dares to attack the Divine Union? That was it. Yuren also shook his head. The Divine Union was a top-notch sect in Ancient City. More importantly, our boss, Lin Wudi, was the champion of the Dragon Transformation Trial. Who would dare to provoke him? However, Fu Hongya's brows were tightly knitted together. He said that the situation was not optimistic. This time around, Little Uncle Master was not around. As for the other powerful beings, many of them had left as well. Our Divine Union's defenses aren't that strong right now, so the other families and sects wouldn't dare to make a move. This was because they were afraid of Little Uncle Master. However, not everyone was afraid. This time, it was the people from the Purple Mansion. Hearing this, Fatty Nailin was instantly enraged. Did the Purple Mansion not know what was good for them? Shangguan Shaoxian also said that the Purple Mansion's top genius, the Light-Shaking Realm, had already lost to Little Uncle Master. They still dared to behave atrociously here? Hongya shook his head. I received news that the Triple Crown Champion in the Purple Mansion has awakened. He is currently leading people to attack the Divine Union. Triple Crown Champion? Fatty Nailin sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this. Fu Hongya nodded. He had defeated Yao Guang in one move and had even almost killed her. If it weren't for the fact that Yao Guang had the strength of a quasi-emperor, she would have already died. Even so, Yao Guang had escaped from the Purple Mansion and her whereabouts were unknown. What? This time, Fatty Nailin and the others were completely stunned. They knew how terrifying Yao Guang was. Yao Guang was second only to Lin Xian. Even Lin Xian had to go all out to defeat Yao Guang. However, he had been defeated in one move. Then, how terrifying was this Triple Crown Champion? They didn't dare to imagine. And now, such a person had actually come to attack them. Damn it, when would Boss Lin return? They were really anxious this time. Fu Hongya said that she had asked and he couldn't return yet. This time, we will have to rely on ourselves. However, I have already sent a message to the Crimson Dragon and the others, asking them to return quickly. We have to make preparations too. Shangguan Shaoxian took a deep breath. Let's activate the Great Array first. Fortunately, the Crimson Dragon had left many arrays for us. Now let's activate them all and go all out. That's right, before the Crimson Dragon and the others and Boss Lin return, we have to do everything we can. We have to stop them. The Divine Union is Boss Lin's blood, sweat, and tears. We can't let it be destroyed in our hands. Fatty Nalen and the others also stood up. Their eyes were filled with determination as they defended the Divine Union with their lives. These people started to move. At the same time, the Divine Union was also mobilized. They started to gather energy and activate the array. They didn't know what was going on. They only knew that a strong enemy was attacking. Boom! At the same time, Purple Ming's people quickly descended from the sky. In the next moment, they tore through the void and descended. In an instant, they arrived above the Divine Union. At the same time, a fierce attack was launched. It turned into a purple thunderbolt and blasted towards the Divine Union below. With a loud boom, the thunderbolt, which contained endless destructive power, shattered everything. The vast power spread in all directions. At this moment, the entire saintly origin ancient city shook violently. Countless families and sects in the ancient city looked up at the sky. Damn it, what was going on? There was a battle. It was an extremely terrifying battle. Who was it? They looked up at the sky. This direction seemed to be the direction of the Divine Union. Someone was attacking the Divine Union. It couldn't be, right? Didn't Lin Wuti and the others go to attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb? If the Divine Union was attacked now, they would be in real danger. Exclamations rang out one after another. The people of the three major orthodoxies were also stunned. The people of the Tao also looked up at the sky. Not good. The Divine Union is in danger. Hurry up and inform the elders. At this moment, everyone related to the Divine Union moved quickly. As for the people of the Divine Union, they were so shocked that their blood was boiling. They were terrified. Fortunately, they had activated the array in advance. Otherwise, countless people inside would have been annihilated by this attack. It's coming. Hongye and Shangguan Shaoxian also walked out of the hall. They looked up at the sky. They saw countless godlike figures descending from the sky. Chapter 5490. The entire ancient city was also alarmed. They were incomparably shocked as they watched this scene. Was someone attacking the Divine Union? Oh my God, was that really the case? Who was it? The Divine Union was like the sun in the sky. Who would dare to act recklessly? Everyone moved forward. The space around the Divine Union was constantly shattering as countless figures stood in the sky. Tens of thousands of nomological laws fell from their bodies and pierced through the sky. More importantly, the purple palm had shattered many of their arrays. The Divine Union was shaken. The people inside also walked out. They looked at the scene above them with solemn expressions. Fatty Nalen walked out and shouted in a cold voice, "Who are these people? Leave quickly, or don't blame the Divine Union for being impolite." Countless nomological laws appeared in the Divine Union after he said that. The arrays were activated and a few terrifying sacred weapons floated in the sky. Humph! Today is the day you die. A figure walked out from the sky. It was a descendant of the Z Mansion. He said loudly, "Today the Z Mansion is here to take revenge. We will destroy the Divine Union. Where is Lin Wuti? Get him out here." It was actually someone from the Z Mansion. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Fatty Nalen and the rest already knew. They frowned at the moment. Fu Hongye and the others searched the sky with their eyes. They knew that a Triple Crown champion had arrived. Who was it? Suddenly, they saw a figure standing among the countless experts. The aura of the other party was too terrifying. It was like a supreme god. Was this the Triple Crown champion? Countless people gasped. He was too strong. It felt as if the other party could turn them into ashes with a wave of his hand. Fu Hongye walked out and said, "I will give you one last chance to leave." Stupid. At this moment, Ziming also spoke up. The people from the Z Mansion did not dare to say anything. They just waited quietly. Ziming waved his hand. "Attack! Today we will make them disappear." After receiving the order, the people from the Z Mansion roared. Their attacks covered the sky and covered the earth. Had the battle really begun? Countless people were shocked. This Zifu palace was too crazy. Damn it. Defend. Fu Hongye and the others knew how terrifying the Triple Crown champion was, so they prepared to defend. All they had to do was wait for the Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian to return. Countless formations lit up between heaven and earth, and one of them was a mountain-protecting formation. 36 cauldrons appeared at the same time. Each of them was like an ancient mountain suppressing the world. This was a formation set up by the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon was a Geomaster and had the Geomaster scripture. He used the power of the earth and combined it with his attainments in array formations to create the grand heavenly cycle array. This was an extremely powerful array formation. Even a sacred lord would not be able to open it. It served as the Divine Union's mountain protection array. At that moment, the cosmic cycle cauldron opened immediately. The people from the Purple Mansion also roared. They already had a grudge with the Divine Union, so they naturally wouldn't hold back. On top of that, they were led by a Triple Crown champion, so they were very confident. These people had sword chi soaring to the sky, saber chi flashing, thunder flame, ice frost, and demonic beasts. All kinds of attacks covered the sky and the earth, hitting the array formation. This caused the array formation to shake violently. This power was so shocking that the people in the ancient city felt their scalps go numb. If it had been any other ancient family, their defenses would have been torn apart long ago. Between heaven and earth, the 36 cauldrons floated up and down, releasing a heavy power. They actually blocked these attacks. This was even more shocking. The Divine Union's array formation was so terrifying. Even the people from the Purple Mansion were surprised. The leader of the disciples and the elders shouted angrily and attacked again. However, after 3 attacks, their faces had turned pale. The Divine Union's array formation had not been opened yet. This mountain protection array was too scary. Damn it! Who was the one who set this up? Was it Lin Wuti? That was impossible. His array formation attainments were definitely not that strong. There was an array formation expert behind the Divine Union. These people were going crazy. This time, they had come with a strong intention to destroy the Divine Union. However, they couldn't even open the mountain protection array. If they returned empty-handed, the Purple Mansion would lose all face. Behind them, Ziming's face darkened when he saw the scene. He snorted coldly. "A bunch of trash. Get out of my way." Upon hearing this, the surrounding people retreated one after another. They knew that the Triple Crown champion was about to make a move. The other families and sects in Saintly Origin City were puzzled when they saw the scene. What was going on? The people from the Sky sect frowned. Was the Purple Mansion giving up? No, the people from the Earth sect realized that another person from the Purple Mansion had walked out. Heavens! Did he want to make a move alone? Who did he think he was? One had to know that the person in front of them was very unfamiliar. He didn't even have an extreme grade weapon. Previously, so many powerhouses had attacked together, but they hadn't been able to break the array formation. Could he do it alone? What a joke! Therefore, the people watching from afar shook their heads and sneered. They felt that the Purple Mansion was going to return empty-handed this time. After Ziming walked out, his eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Purple sky, underworld, earth palm. He formed a seal with his palms, forming an ancient imprint. The power of the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds was mobilized by him. It slowly condensed in front of him. Then, with a loud boom, it slammed towards the Divine Union. The sky split open and the earth shook. Everyone's hair stood on end. The people watching from afar narrowed their eyes. Damn it! What was going on? Many people were so frightened that they almost knelt on the ground. Who exactly was this person in front of them? This person was too strong. Why did they feel like they were facing a god? Their eyelids twitched. They now knew that they had underestimated the Purple Mansion. The person in front of them was an unimaginably mysterious existence. The people from the Divine Union narrowed their eyes as well. Fu Hongya roared, "Block it with all your might." The universal cauldrons were unleashed to the extreme. The 36 cauldrons shone brightly between heaven and earth. They formed the strongest defense and collided with the palm. With a loud clang, the 9 heavens and 10 underworlds were pierced through. The people from the Divine Union felt their blood boiling. Some of the people watching from afar were shaken. Their souls split open and they vomited blood. With one strike, the 12 black cauldrons shook and cracks appeared on them. A few of them even cracked open. With one strike, the universal defensive array was broken. How was this possible? The people from the Divine Union were trembling. The others were even more stunned. This person alone had surpassed the combined strength of all the people from the Purple Mansion. He was too strong. He was unbelievably strong. When had such an expert appeared on Burial Earthstar? Was this the light-shaking realm? Which expert had the light-shaking realm swallowed? Someone exclaimed. Someone shook his head. No, he was not a light-shaking realm expert. He did not use the demonic, heaven-devouring technique. Why do I feel that this person is stronger than Lin Wudi? Chapter 5491. The strength of the purple figure in front of them exceeded everyone's expectations. They were guessing who it was. At the front, Ziming narrowed his eyes. He was surprised that the formation wasn't completely destroyed. After all, what he had just executed was an ultimate move. The purple sky underworld earth technique was made up of 2 extremely terrifying powers. When combined into a palm, its power was unparalleled. This strike of his could destroy any array formation. In his opinion, more than half of the Divine Union would be destroyed. However, only half of the array formation had been destroyed. This was completely beyond his expectations. This array formation wasn't ordinary. Ziming's eyes glowed purple as he stared down. The Divine Union was indeed powerful. However, he soon snorted. So what? He was here today. Was the Divine Union destined to be destroyed? He slowly raised his hand and prepared to execute the purple sky underworld earth palm again. Vast power surged between heaven and earth. The people of the Divine Union were in despair. Many of their elites had followed him to the Dragon Emperor ancient land. Although those who remained here were also geniuses, they couldn't compete with someone like the Triple Crown champion. Shangguan Shaoxian gritted her teeth. If only senior brother Lin was here. Fatty Nailan added. Yes, as long as there was an emperor weapon here, the Triple Crown champion wouldn't dare to act wildly. Stop! At that moment, an angry shout was heard from afar. It was from the Nailan family of the saintly origin ancient city. The Duga family and the Fire Dragon family had arrived. They were all from the Divine Union. Naturally, they had to come out when they saw the Divine Union being attacked. Fu Hongya and the rest's eyes lit up. Previously, they had received news from Qin Xiener in advance and had secretly mobilized their men. However, some of them were very far away. In addition, the Purple Palace sect had arrived very quickly, which was beyond their expectations. Therefore, the reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. At that moment, a few people from the ancient city had finally arrived. After they arrived, they gathered with the Divine Union and confronted the people from the Purple Palace sect. Did the Purple Palace sect have a death wish? How dare they make a move at this time? The Nailan family's leader snorted. The Dugu family's leader snorted. How despicable. Why didn't they come when Alliance leader Lin was here? If they had the ability, they should have fought Alliance leader Lin. The Fire Dragon family's leader snorted as well. How dare they attack the Divine Union? The 3 great families were very powerful. They were on the same side as the Divine Union. Oh, have reinforcements arrived? Ziming narrowed his eyes and glanced at these people, then shook his head. I thought it was some kind of expert, but it turned out to be a bunch of trash. Even if you come, it's useless. You can't change anything. You're calling us trash? The Fire Dragon was enraged, and so were the experts of the Duga family. Say it again, who's the trash? Sword chi surged from their bodies, and each of them carried a huge iron sword on their backs. The people of the Nalan family were also brimming with killing intent. Since you're so powerful, don't blame us for being impolite. Let's attack together. The experts of the three great clans roared and soared into the sky. They all wanted to see what gave the Z Mansion the right to be arrogant. Previously, the Purple Palace realm had been completely suppressed by the Divine Union. The strongest genius of the Zifu sect, Yao Guang, had been defeated by Lin Xian. The Purple Mansion realm had also been injured by the Divine Union several times. Now that the other party dared to behave so atrociously, wasn't he courting death? When the people of the Purple Mansion saw this, they sneered. They really didn't know what was good for them. The Purple Mansion realm was no longer the same as before. Now it was the Triple Crown King. Just wait and see. These people would regret it. They didn't take action, as the Triple Crown King hadn't given them any orders. Zi Ming looked at the experts of the three great clans and shook his head slightly. Ants were ants. It didn't matter how many of them there were. He formed another seal with his palm. The Thunder Beast shook the 9 heavens. Purple lightning filled its body, and it carried the aura of the Earth Demon. Then a Thunder Beast formed behind Ziming. A sea of lightning filled the sky, and it charged forward. A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth. Countless lightning chains descended from the 9 heavens. It swept through the three great clans. In an instant, the three great clans seemed to have been struck by lightning, and they vomited blood as they were sent flying. This scene was very shocking. One person had defeated the three great clans. Countless people were shocked. The people of the three great clans were also crazy. How could he be so powerful? This wasn't the strength of a human. Ants were ants. No matter how many ants there were, they couldn't compete with a giant dragon. Zi Ming stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Is there anyone in the Divine Union who can fight? If not, I'll send you all on your way." Arrogance, boundless arrogance. Everyone was stunned. The people of the three great clans were injured. Below, the people of the Divine Union rushed out to support them and asked, "How are you?" The leaders of the three great clans smiled bitterly. "We are not a match for him. This is too terrifying." Fu Hongye said, "Let's stop talking and go back. Don't fight with him. Just defend yourself. We still have the array to activate." Fire Dragon Lady frowned. It was useless, no matter how strong he was, unless Lin Gongzi and the rest came back. Otherwise, they would be in danger. The people of the Divine Union were also in despair. They were helpless against such an expert. It wasn't that they were weak, but the enemy was too strong. Zi Ming shook his head and sighed. "This is really disappointing. I thought that the Divine Union would be full of experts. There were 1 or 2 who surprised me, but I didn't expect them to be a bunch of ants. Since that was the case, there was no need for them to exist." He walked forward, and endless killing intent appeared in his hands. "Humph! You are too arrogant." A cold snort was heard. Countless large cracks appeared between heaven and earth. Then a prehistoric force came crashing down. Everyone trembled, and in the next moment they all turned their heads. The people from the Tao had arrived. It was the patriarch of the Tao sect. That's right, the savage wilderness patriarch had come. Some of the elders of the Tao had also come. They had an extraordinary relationship with the Divine Union. Although they weren't from the Divine Union, the creator of the Divine Union, Lin Xian, had always been with them. Now that Lin Xian wasn't around and the Divine Union was in danger, they naturally had to come and help. After the savage wilderness patriarch arrived, he stared at the purple figure in front of him. The elders behind him were also shocked. Elder Bai had also come. He was extremely shocked. He knew that the strength of the Divine Union had already surpassed the remote antiquity families. However, they were now in such a miserable state. What exactly was going on? "Who are you?" Ming looked in front of him and sneered. Are you here to stand up for the divine union? I am the savage wilderness patriarch of the Tao sect. Young man, leave quickly. I don't want to hurt you. The savage wilderness patriarch's voice was very loud and clear, spreading throughout heaven and earth. Ming snorted when he heard this. The patriarch of the Tao sect? You are just an old thing. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Scram, or I will kill you. Chapter 5492. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The savage ancestor was one of the Tao sect's patriarchs. His strength was terrifying, and his status was even more terrifying. Who dared to provoke him? But now a young man dared to be so arrogant, not putting him in his eyes at all. Who was this person? They were extremely curious. The savage ancestor's expression darkened as he took a step forward. He blasted out like a savage ancient beast, crushing heaven and earth. This attack was extremely terrifying. It could shatter everything. The surrounding people exclaimed. Heavens, the savage ancestor was really angry. That was for sure. He had used a peerless mystique the moment he attacked. They didn't know how the purple-robed man was going to block it. Everyone's eyes widened. Ming snorted coldly. He also roared in anger and unleashed the purple heaven and earth handprint, charging forward to attack. The collision between the two was extremely terrifying. However, after the attack, the savage ancestor was pushed back, cracks appearing on his palm. His pupils shrank. The others were also shocked. It couldn't be. The savage ancestor was actually injured. This purple-robed man's strength was too heaven-defying. Who was he? You're just Essa. Ming retracted his palm and laughed coldly. The divine union's people despaired. Fu Hongya's expression was cold. She hurriedly sent a message to the Crimson Dragon and the others. If even the savage ancestor couldn't withstand it, then the extreme grade weapon had returned. Otherwise, the divine union would be completely finished. The savage ancestor was also shocked. Previously, the other party's arrogance had angered him. He planned to teach the other party a lesson. After all, he was one of the patriarchs. The age gap between them was very large. Normally, he wouldn't attack the younger generation. However, he couldn't care less now. However, after exchanging blows, he realized that he was gravely mistaken. The person in front of him was stronger than him. He wasn't even a match for him. The Purple Palace's strength far surpassed the light-shaking realm. Who was it that had appeared recently? The savage ancestor's eyes flashed. In the next instant, her pupils shrank as she cried out in surprise. Could it be that you're the Triple Crown champion? When these words came out, the others were also in an uproar. What? Triple Crown champion? Heavens! Was this an existence that surpassed the Double Crown champion? Yes, it was possible. The Purple Palace master had once told Lin Wudi to wait. Lin Wudi was arrogant, but they still had a trump card. That was the Triple Crown. Previously, he was in a deep sleep, but in order to kill Lin Wudi, I think they must have awakened the Triple Crown King. The person in front of him must be the Triple Champion. Other than such a person, no one else had the strength to possess such power. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the purple figure in the sky. Their faces were filled with shock. A genius who stood above all other experts had appeared. Triple Crown winner. Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He sneered. You old thing. You still have some vision. That's right. I am the Triple Crown King. Now that you know who I am, you can all kneel on the ground and submit. I can give you a quick death. He was extremely arrogant, but no one dared to resist, because the other party was the Triple Crown King. The savage desolation ancestor coldly harumphed. Damn it, he actually dared to look down on him. He also took out a giant axe. It was the Savage Great Axe. Savage 36 strikes. The giant axe danced, and it was as if countless ancient mountains were pressing down mercilessly. Heaven and earth crumbled. This was an extremely powerful axe technique that could definitely sweep through the crowd. When Ziming saw this, he sneered. Axe? Humph, that trash Yao Guang was defeated by me in one move, even with the bloodline great axe. You want to contend against me with just your axe? Too naive. When these words came out, everyone went crazy. Yao Guang was defeated in one move. That was the Double Crown King, and the second place of the Dragon Transformation Battle, only behind Lin Wuti. But he was defeated in one move. Didn't that mean that Lin Wuti was no match for this guy? It's over. Who can suppress this guy? I don't think any sage is a match for him. Unless they attacked accurately, no one could suppress the Triple Crown King. Amidst the countless discussions, Ziming raised his hand again, and a purple spear appeared in his hand. Arcs of lightning and killing intent appeared on it. In the next moment, he waved his arm forcefully. The purple spear turned into an eternity between heaven and earth and attacked the savage great axe. With a clang, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shattered. Everyone was sent flying by the force, vomiting blood. The mountains and rivers below shattered and the array cracked. The savage patriarch's great axe was sent flying. The savage patriarch's body was pierced, and he was nailed to the peak of a mountain after being pushed back dozens of mountains. This scene was extremely shocking. He had been defeated. The terrifying savage patriarch had been defeated in one move, and he had even been severely injured. Everyone despaired. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Ziming snorted coldly. The people from the Purple Mansion behind him also widened their eyes. They had been defeated so easily. They had always thought that this would be a difficult battle, but the situation had completely exceeded their expectations. This was great. They were excited. If this continued, they could sweep through the divine union. In fact, no one in the world would be a match for them. They were too excited. Ziming slowly walked forward. It seemed like he didn't intend to let the savage patriarch go. Another purple lightning divine spear appeared in his hand, and he stabbed forward. Not good. The savage patriarch was in danger. The people from the divine union cried out in alarm. The patriarch had to run. The other clans and sects were also shocked. Was one of the patriarchs of the Tao going to fall? The savage patriarch roared at the sky, but the purple lightning divine spear was too terrifying. It had pierced through his body. The electric arc made him powerless, and he couldn't move at all. This lightning was too terrifying. He roared at the sky. Old friend, I'm counting on you. As soon as he said that, the void changed. A ray of light descended, enveloping the world. There, red-crowned cranes danced, and rainbows filled the air. It was a scene of immortals. Everyone was shocked to see this. It seemed like another expert had appeared. The savage patriarch hadn't come alone. The elders of the sky sect cried out in alarm. This was the fantasy world mortal realm. It was the fantasy world patriarch. That's right, it was another patriarch of the Tao. The fantasy world patriarch. He was an expert in illusions. His most powerful ability was that he had an illusionary world called the fantasy world mortal realm. In this world, he was the supreme king. After the fantasy world mortal realm descended, it enveloped the world. It also enveloped Ziming. He didn't attack the purple lightning divine spear because it was too powerful. Instead, he used his illusions to influence and control Ziming. Countless rainbow-colored chains danced in the air. Beside Ziming, an old voice rang out. Soul control. Ziming stopped in his tracks. The purple lightning divine spear in his hand also slowly disappeared. The destructive power between heaven and earth had disappeared. Everyone's eyes widened. Controlled? As expected of the fantasy world patriarch. This method was truly terrifying. Chapter 5493. That's great. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were overjoyed. They had finally suppressed the Triple Crown champion. However, Fantasy World Ancestor's expression was extremely solemn. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. Oh no, he quickly retreated. The Triple Crown champion, who was being controlled, snorted coldly. His eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying light. It pierced through the fantasy world. Fantasy World Ancestor was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His old face turned incomparably pale, as if he had aged a few hundred years in an instant. He was injured. The other party had broken his ultimate technique so easily. Soul attack? Not bad, but it was just a small trick. It was suitable for assassination. You want to control me with just you? What a joke! Purple Underworld snorted coldly and looked forward. Then he said, "Just you two old things? Is there anyone else who wants to fight? If not, I'll send you on your way." He walked over step by step, the killing intent on his body constantly erupting. Everyone was in despair. Could it be that even the two ancestors couldn't defeat him? The two patriarchs roared furiously as they joined forces to fight against Qinlai. The battle instantly broke out. However, after 30 moves, the two ancestors were sent flying again. Cracks appeared on their bodies. Sacred blood kept dripping, dyeing the sky red. He was too strong. They were no match for him at all. Everyone was in despair. At this moment, more experts from the sacred origin tower arrived. Those divine generals roared. They also helped, but they were no match for him. Without a boundary emperor, no one could suppress the Triple Crown champion. The spectators shook their heads and sighed. The people from the Purple Mansion sneered. This was great. In the Divine Union, Hong Yi and the others had solemn expressions. "Seniors, enter the array together. I've already informed Uncle Master and the others. They should be back soon. We just have to hold on." Fantasy World Ancestor, Savage Wilderness Ancestor, and the other divine generals nodded. They had no choice but to descend and use the protective mountain array to its limit. The broken cauldron healed once again. "Humph! You want to delay and wait for reinforcements? It's useless. I'll kill you first." Purple Underworld attacked again. However, this time, it wasn't just the power of the Divine Union. There was also the power of the Tao and the divine generals of the sacred origin tower. Therefore, it would take some time to break the array this time. On the other side, in the Dragon Emperor's tomb, the Crimson Dragon's expression changed when he received the news. The Divine Union was in danger. Morong Qingqing frowned. What was going on? The Crimson Dragon said that the Zifu Emperor had made his move and the Triple Crown King had been revived. Triple Crown winner. Morong Qingqing's pupils shrank. This was not a good situation. These experts were all outside. What should they do? "Let's go back immediately," Baisusu said. Yanruyu said no. "If we go back immediately, the people in front will definitely know. That would be troublesome. Many of those emperor clans have enmity with the Divine Union. If they join forces with the Triple Crown champion, we'll be in even more danger." Therefore, they had to restrain these people from the emperor clan and then send some people back. Although the Triple Crown champion was powerful, as long as he had an extreme grade weapon, he would be able to protect himself. When the time came, he would have to wait for Lin Xian to emerge. Morong Qingqing nodded and said, "I'll stay here." "Ruyu, go back with Ruzalong. You have an extreme grade weapon, and he has an array. The two of you will protect the Divine Union." Yen Ruyu nodded. "All right, be careful." The Crimson Dragon also said, "Do you know how to restrain them?" Morong Qingqing's lips curled up. Of course, there was still the 10,000 Dragon Court. Previously, the 10,000 Dragon Court had mercilessly attacked these emperor clans. Now, I'll take the lead and join forces with these emperor clans to destroy the 10,000 Dragon Court first. As long as a war broke out, it would not end in a short time. These emperor clans would not be able to deal with the Divine Union. All right, they would split up this time. Morong Qingqing, Baisusu, and the others prepared to join forces with the emperor clans to attack the 10,000 Dragon Court. As for Yen Ruyu and the Crimson Dragon, the two of them left quietly. These two were experts. Yen Ruyu even had an emperor weapon. If she left under normal circumstances, she would definitely attract the attention of others. However, Murong Qingqing struck first to gain the initiative. When these people left the Dragon Emperor's tomb, Murong Qingqing said, "Everyone, I think it's time to settle some grudges." Hearing this, the pupils of the Golden Crow tribe and the Purple Mansion sect shrank. Did he want to start a war? They thought that Murong Qingqing wanted to attack them. However, Murong Qingqing shook his head. "No. Do you still remember what happened at the Imperial Spirit Garden? Back then, Huanlong controlled all of us. How did the 10,000 Dragon Court deal with us? They relied on Huanlong's power to steal our storage rings and kill our fellow sect members. Don't you think this grudge should be avenged?" The Qilin tribe gritted their teeth when they heard this. The Golden Crow clan, the twins of Destiny clan, and the others all frowned. However, this was the case. The 10,000 Dragon Court had really wanted to kill all of them at the Imperial Spirit Garden. If they did not have extreme grade weapons to protect themselves, they would have died long ago. That's right, it was time for revenge. The Fire Qilin also stared at the 10,000 Dragon Court. The Purple Mansion sect's lips curled up. It seemed like they had to let the 10,000 Dragon Court know the consequences of offending them. The others nodded. They were doing this to take revenge. However, they also had another thought. They had entered the Dragon Emperor's tomb and obtained many treasures, although this number could not be compared to what Lin Xian had obtained. But after all, they had stolen the Dragon Emperor's things. The 10,000 Dragon Court could not do anything now, but when they recovered in the future, would they take revenge on them one by one? When the time came, would they be able to block them? So now, why not work together to destroy the 10,000 Dragon Court? Then they would have nothing to worry about. Damn it, how dare you! The 10,000 Dragon Court people hollered in rage and stared at Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing scoffed coldly. What did he not dare to do? He instantly charged out. The desolate tower suppressed the area. The 10,000 Dragon Courts, Long Mu roared and Long Tu attacked. Damn it, I will fight out with you all. After the two of them attacked, the other Emperor race people also attacked. The clan of the Ancients also provided strength. They were determined to suppress the 10,000 Dragon Court. After all, they had stolen the tomb of the Emperor, so they were definitely going to take revenge. Therefore, these people did not show any mercy when they attacked. Just like that, an earth-shattering battle broke out. The 10,000 Dragon Court was forced to retreat. However, although they were suppressed, they were in the Dragon Emperor's territory. Moreover, Long Mu was also one step away from the Sage Stage. He was very strong. It was impossible for the other party to kill him in an instant. However, based on this lineup, it was only a matter of time before they lost. At the same time, in the depths of the Dragon Palace tomb, Lin Xian frowned. He had also received news that the Divine Union was in danger. The Triple Crown King of the Z Mansion sect had also awakened. Was the other party coming for him? A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Chapter 5494. DeLong flew out and asked, "What's wrong? Is your soul very unstable?" Lin Xian suppressed his killing intent. "It seems like I'll have to leave early if someone dares to attack my sect." DeLong said, "Wait a little longer. You can leave after you break through to the peak of the Great Sage Realm. You can slowly refine the remaining power in the future." Lin Xian nodded. "Give me 2 more days, and I'll be able to break through." At this point, his eyes flashed with a terrifying radiance. The power in his body became even more terrifying, and the flame between his eyebrows became even more mysterious. He was trying his best to break through. On the other side, Murong Qingqing and the others were fighting a terrifying battle. Yen Ruyu and the Crimson Dragon were constantly building the space transportation array. They finally returned to Distant Ancient City. By the time they arrived, Their expressions had become extremely solemn. This was because they sensed an extremely terrifying power emanating from it. Oh no! The Divine Union was really in danger. However, the Divine Union's array formation was shattered once again. Zi Ming sneered. A bunch of ants. Do you think you can escape my pursuit? What a joke. I'll let you know what despair is. He raised his hand. A terrifying handprint appeared between heaven and earth. It was like the handprint of a deity. If this handprint landed, half of the Divine Union would probably be turned into ashes. It was over. The Divine Union would probably cease to exist from now on. The people in the distance also shook their heads. Below, Hong Yi, Shangguan Shaoxian, and the others were in despair. Even the savage wilderness ancestor and the others were gnashing their teeth. Damn it! Just the Triple Crown champion was already so terrifying. Furthermore, the elites of the Purple Mansion realm had yet to make their move. It was over. The huge handprint in the sky descended. Everyone sighed. The people of the Divine Union closed their eyes. No, they let out an unwilling roar. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Thousands of large cracks spread out in all directions, like space dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The people in the ancient city were forced to retreat. The entire ancient city was shaking violently. Everyone in the ancient city looked up at the sky. The older generation powerhouses were terrified while the younger disciples were kneeling on the ground. Was the Divine Union going to be destroyed? Some clans shook their heads and sighed. Many people rose into the air and looked into the distance. That place should be in ruins. But when they opened their eyes to look, they were stunned. The smile on the faces of the people from the Purple Mansion sect also disappeared, replaced by an ugly expression. The purple palm print was blocked, and a green lotus bloomed between heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. The green lotus swayed gently, and the purple palm print instantly shattered the heavens and the earth. Moreover, a terrifying aura flew towards Zi Ming. Zi Ming's pupils shrank. His figure instantly tore open the void and disappeared. The place where he was originally standing shattered and turned into a black hole. He appeared on the other side. His face turned cold. Extreme weapon. The others were also in an uproar. Had the Divine Union's reinforcements arrived? Had Lin Wudi and the others returned? They looked in all directions. However, they discovered that only two figures were descending from the sky. It was Yen Ryu and the Crimson Dragon. The members of the Divine Union also cheered and heaved a sigh of relief. They were saved. After the Crimson Dragon descended, he looked at the people beside him and his face turned ugly. Although the array was not completely destroyed, the members of the Divine Union were still injured. Their bodies were stained with blood and their faces were pale. The aura of the old ancestors was very weak. Fu Hongya asked, "Has the young Uncle Master returned?" The Crimson Dragon replied, "Not yet. The two of us came back early. However, don't worry. Since we are back, we will not let anyone be in danger." He waved his dragon claws, and the spirit veins under the ground erupted again. He began to repair the array. At the same time, he turned his head and looked into the distance. He stared at a purple figure and furrowed his brows tightly. This was because he felt a fatal sense of danger. Triple Crown? The people from the Purple Mansion sect also had ugly expressions. An extreme weapon had appeared. In this way, it would be difficult to destroy the Divine Union. The other people in the ancient city were also surprised. They could not destroy the Divine Union. This was really surprising. Someone said that it was a pity that the Purple Mansion sect did not have a chance. Yes, the Divine Union's extreme weapon had gone to attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb. It was such a good opportunity, but now they had lost it. Zi Ming's brows were also tightly knitted together. Did he return so quickly? Was there a result from the Dragon Emperor's tomb? However, she did not care. If all the Emperor clans returned, The Purple Mansion sect could gather a few allies and work together to take out a few extreme weapons to confront the Divine Union. At that time, they would still have an advantage. However, after waiting for a while, no other extreme weapons appeared. This made him frown. Only one extreme grade weapon came back. You are the Triple Crown champion? Yanryu shouted coldly. Who are you? You must be the descendant of the Azure Emperor. Ming snorted. I heard that you are also Lin Xian's woman. Why? Where is Lin Xian? He did not dare to stand up, so he sent a woman? What a piece of trash. Do you only know how to hide behind a woman? Hearing this, the people from the Divine Union roared. Damn it. What right do you have to challenge Boss Lin? That's right, Boss Lin can kill you with one slap. Ning laughed heartily. Kill me? Just because of Lin Wudy? He did not have that right. I can kill him with a single move. He looked at Yanryu and said, Looks like you are also a top expert. Do you dare to fight me without the power of the extreme weapon? Sister Ryu, don't fight him head-on. Shangguan Shaoxian exclaimed, and the others quickly retreated. Even old ancestor Barbarian King and old ancestor Huan Shi had been defeated so badly, it would be difficult to suppress the other party. Ming laughed heartily. What a piece of trash. You are so weak. Could it be that you can only rely on extreme weapons for the rest of your lives? I am now officially challenging the Divine Union. His voice spread in all directions. At this moment, countless remote antiquity families were shocked. Although the extreme weapons had returned and the Divine Union was safe, who would protect the Divine Union's glory? One had to know that, as a warrior, there were some things that were more important than life. For example, dignity and glory. These were more important than life. Now that their lives were not in danger, they would not be able to raise their heads again if they were slapped in the face by the Purple Mansion sect. Then, no one would look up to the Divine Union. What should they do? The Crimson Dragon flew up. They could feel that the Triple Crown champion was really strong. Based on their understanding, the old ancestor's Barbarian King and old ancestor Huan Shi had been defeated easily. Even a light-shaking realm expert had been defeated in a single move. This person was unbelievably strong. Time was running out. After Ryu said this, she looked at the sky. She said, I will fight you. The crowd was in an uproar. No way. Ryu had actually agreed to fight. Chapter 5495. Impossible, he couldn't win. Although he was also a top genius, he couldn't compare to the light-shaking realm cultivators at the Dragon Transformation Station. If even the light-shaking realm cultivators were defeated, it was impossible for him to win. He was just throwing his life away. Where was Lin Wudy? Why did he let his woman come out? Could it be that he was really afraid and was hiding? No, something might have happened at the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Otherwise, why would only the two of them come back? The other Emperor clans didn't appear either. These people were surprised. Ming's lips curled up. Your courage is commendable, but too stupid. I agree to fight you. I'll even give you a handicap of one hand. Come on, use your strongest attack. Of course, in a fair fight, you can't use an extreme grade weapon. That would be meaningless. An extreme grade weapon was a great emperor's weapon. Anyone who held it could sweep through everything. Even if they couldn't defeat the enemy, they would be invincible. There was no point in fighting like that. Don't worry, I won't use an extreme grade weapon. I'll use my own strength to fight you. But not now. 5 days later, before we fight, I've used too much energy. I've used up too much energy. You don't want to have an unfair advantage, do you? 5 days. The Purple Mansion's people's expressions changed. You want to extend the time? You want to wait for reinforcements? Lin Wudy couldn't come. He was already afraid and had run away. They roared. Ming also frowned. He said, I can see that you've used up a lot of energy. But with your strength, 5 days? It wouldn't take that long. 2 days. I'll give you 2 days at most. After 2 days, you'll have to fight even if you don't want to. After he finished speaking, he stood there with his hands behind his back and continued to wait. He was very confident. So what if his opponent had an extreme grade weapon? He was fighting a glorious battle now. As long as he could trample the Divine Union's glory under his feet, the Divine Union would no longer be a threat. Yenryu also sighed. She felt the other party's dominance and knew that he meant what he said. It seemed like there were only 2 days left. Would Lin Xian be able to come out in 2 days? He slowly descended and used the green lotus to envelop the Divine Union. The green lotus bloomed, forming an extreme grade chi that enveloped the Divine Union. The members of the Divine Union looked solemn as well. Their lives were no longer in danger as they were protected by their ultimate weapons. However, their glory was being challenged. 2 days later, would Yenryu be able to withstand it? Most people knew that this was impossible. However, no one disturbed Yenryu. Everyone allowed him to recover with all his might. The Divine Union took out a huge amount of treasures and placed them in front of Yenryu. Yenryu didn't say anything either. He could only fight with his back against the wall. He began to recover silently. Meanwhile, the battle outside the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb was even more terrifying. On the side of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty, they were about to bite into pieces. They were severely injured. Apart from them, the dragons under their command were also injured. The Wind Dragon tribe, the Thunder Dragon tribe, and the Dragon Sea tribe were all under their control. But even so, it was still very difficult for them to resist. At this moment, Murong Qingqing frowned. She had received Lin Xian's voice transmission. Qingqing, are you still near the Dragon Emperor's tomb? Take them away. I'm going to break through. Murong Qingqing's expression changed. Was he about to break through? She had to take these Emperor race people away. One had to know that these Emperor race people thought that Lin Wuyi was dead. That was why they had joined forces to attack the 10,000 Dragon Court. If they knew that Lin Xian was still alive, they would definitely turn around and attack the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb together. This was because, compared to the 10,000 Dragon Court, Lin Xian was a bigger threat. Murong Qingqing shouted angrily. She attacked with all her might. The ancient desolate tower was even more terrifying. It was fully awakened and released a shocking attack. With a boom, the 10,000 Dragon picture was sent flying. Half of the 10,000 Dragon Court's people were turned into ashes. The Thunder Dragon tribe and the Wind Dragon tribe suffered even greater losses. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected Murong Qingqing to fully awaken her extreme weapon. Murong Qingqing's face was also pale. The old phoenix attacked. At the same time, he shouted coldly, "What are you Emperor race people waiting for? Hurry up and attack." The other Emperor race people also took a deep breath. It was time to end the battle. These people attacked one after another. The 10,000 Dragon Court people were completely unaware. Even Long Mu spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body was shattered. He brought the 10,000 Dragon picture and enveloped these Dragon tribe experts. He said, "Let's go." They flew towards the 10,000 Dragon Court. "You want to leave? Where are you going?" Murong Qingqing led his people into the sky and chased after them. The rest of the people followed suit. In an instant, these people left the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb to chase after the 10,000 Dragon Court. The ancient tomb fell silent again. Only the huge crack in the sky and the shattered mountains and rivers around it could be seen. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened as if black clouds were pressing down on the city. Endless lightning suddenly descended and pierced through the heavens and earth. This scene was like the end of the world. The entire mysterious heavenly continent was shocked by this power. All of them were no longer fierce. Was the heavenly god angry? They didn't know. Fortunately, Murong Qingqing and the others acted quickly. Now, they had already left the Tianxin continent and were heading towards the 10,000 Dragon Court. Otherwise, those Emperor race people would definitely kill their way back. They would find out what was going on. In the depths of the ancient tomb, the void split open. A huge bolt of lightning struck Lin Xian's body, causing Lin Xian's body to sway. This bolt of lightning did not disappear. Instead, it continued to resist. His eyes were red as he roared towards the sky. This breakthrough was very dangerous. One had to know that he was someone from the immortal graveyard. There would be heavenly punishment attacking him outside. Originally, he would enter the sword world every time he broke through. However, he couldn't do it this time. He had already fused with the divine fire seed. He had to endure the lightning and fire. This was a checkpoint. If he couldn't withstand it, he might turn into ashes. However, DeLong said that if the lightning tribulation was triggered in the sword world, it would be too terrifying. With Lin Xian's current cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Therefore, Lin Xian had to endure the lightning in the outside world. Then he had to enter the sword world. As for heavenly punishment, he wasn't particularly worried about it. There were a few places that he couldn't enter. The first was the life realm, and the second was the place related to the Great Emperor. Right now, Lin Xian was in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. The Great Emperor's aura here was extremely terrifying. The heavenly punishment would not descend, so Lin Xian only needed to use all his strength to deal with the lightning and fire. The bolt of lightning that fell at this moment was the first bolt of lightning. There was only one bolt, but it lasted for a very long time. Lin Xian's body cracked, but it recovered in an instant. He resisted with all his might and roared towards the sky. This was not the first time he had dealt with lightning strikes. He was very experienced. Therefore, even though the first bolt of lightning was terrifying and injured Lin Xian was still able to withstand it. However, he wasn't playing around. There were still two fires left, the heavenly fire and the earth fire. Other than the lightning, there was also the fire tribulation. However, the fire tribulation was very mysterious. At least, Lin Xian had never experienced it before. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm. He used the Great Emperor's abilities, including the Rinnegan and the yin-yang diagram. Chapter 5496. Two extremely terrifying flames suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. One of them enveloped Lin Xian's body, while the other enveloped his soul. Lin Xian felt as though he was about to be annihilated. This was something he had never experienced before. He roared at the sky and resisted with all his might. The entire process did not last long, but Lin Xian felt as though he had experienced thousands of years. Both his soul and body were purified. Lin Xian stood where he was after the two types of flames in the air disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes, which glowed with an astonishing light. The divine flame between his eyebrows had become stronger than before and had formed a divine eye rune that emitted an extremely terrifying power. He had broken through. Lin Xian clenched his fists. After sensing this power, he was delighted. He had broken through to the peak of the great sage realm and was a true divine ancestor. This was the last realm of the sage realm. Any further, and he would be a quasi-emperor. People in this realm were extremely powerful. Lin Xian was even more terrifying. When he had been a sage, he had been able to easily kill a divine ancestor. Now that he had become a divine ancestor, no one in the same realm would be a match for him. In other words, he was almost invincible among those below the emperor level. Lin Xian even felt that he could challenge a quasi-emperor. This challenge was not based on the heaven-devouring jar, an extreme weapon. It was based on its true power. Previously, the light-shaking realm and other enemies were no match for him. He could easily kill them. Perhaps he could send them to hell with a single move. At this thought, he became even more excited. There was still Long Mu. Previously, Long Mu had already surpassed the level of a saint. He had given the other party a glimpse of hope. Long Mu could be said to be the strongest person below the emperor level. However, Lin Xian was now confident that he could use his own strength to kill Long Mu. It was time to go out. Lin Xian took a deep breath and rushed out in a flash. He wanted to return to the Divine Union. This time his harvest in the Dragon Emperor's tomb was really bountiful. It had allowed him to break through and increase his strength greatly. More importantly, the dragon soul of the great dragon sword soul had awakened. There was still some energy left in his body, but he did not absorb it. Instead, he gave it to the sword world. He wanted more places in the sword world to recover. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. Not long after, he left the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. Then, with a wave of his hand, he tore open the void and disappeared. On the other side, Murong Qingqing joined forces with the Zimantian, Gu clan, and other monarch clans to hunt down Long Mu and the others. Long Mu and the others fled back to the 10,000 Dragon Court, but they didn't relax. It was because they discovered that these Emperor clan people still wanted to attack. These people wanted to attack the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. This made the people of the dragon race go crazy. Damn it! They resisted with great difficulty. Under the attacks of the extreme weapons, cracks began to appear on the myriad dragon dynasty. It was very likely that it would completely shatter because of this. Was the 10,000 dragon dynasty going to be the first monarch race to be eliminated? Long Mu and the others didn't dare to imagine. On the other side, a shocking battle was about to break out in wholly distant ancient city. 2 days had passed, and everyone was nervous, because they knew that the battle between Yan Ryu and Zi Ming was about to begin. Everyone was puzzled. Could Yan Ryu really withstand it? After all, the one who attacked was a Triple Crown King. Zi Ming looked forward and said, 2 days have passed. Make your move. Yan Ryu took a deep breath and walked out. Although he knew that he wasn't a match for the other party, he had to fight this battle. There was no way out. He slapped out with his palm, which turned into palm shadows that filled the sky, and charged forward. Zi Ming snorted coldly. He formed the purple sky underworld palm and waved it forward. At this moment, the palm shadows in the sky turned into green lotuses that bloomed all over the ground. Lotuses bloomed with every step. The sky was filled with lotuses. This wasn't an extreme weapon, but Yan Ruiyu's bloodline. Although he wasn't from hell, he was the descendant of a great emperor. His bloodline was also very terrifying. Feeling this attack, the surrounding people also exclaimed in surprise. This Yan Ruiyu wasn't simple. She was definitely a top-notch prodigy. Such strength was extremely terrifying even among the Double Crown champions. There were only a few people who could contend with her. However, it was a pity. With such strength, she could definitely win against other sacred lords. However, if he was facing purple underworld, then it was impossible. Zi Ming's purple palm swept out and slapped the sky full of green lotuses. The whole world shook violently. The green lotuses in the sky were shattered. They couldn't withstand it at all. Yan Ruiyu's face was pale. She retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body fell from the sky. Below, Shangguan Shaoxian quickly flew up and caught Yan Ruiyu. "How are you? Sister Ryu, are you okay?" The surrounding people of the Divine Union were also nervous. They were shocked. Yan Ruiyu was so terrifying. However, she couldn't even withstand a single attack. The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. It seemed like it was just as they thought. She couldn't do it. Zi Ming snorted coldly. He waved his sleeves, and the purple lightning that filled the sky shot down toward the ground. Not good. He was going to kill her. The spectators exclaimed. The pupils of the Divine Union's people shrank. Yan Ruiyu shouted angrily, "All of you back off." He rushed up to the sky to block the attack. With the green lotuses on his body, he was even more terrifying. He seemed to have turned into a lotus and stood between heaven and earth, blocking the lightning in the sky. However, he was injured even more severely. "You are indeed very scary. However, it's a pity that you are no match for me." A purple spear appeared in Zi Ming's hand, and he walked forward. He arrived in front of Yen Ryu and raised his right hand, thrusting it forward. Not good. Everyone was shocked at the scene, and their faces were filled with fear. Was Yen Ryu going to die? No. The people of the Divine Union rushed up, but they were sent flying by Ziming's palm. The gap was too big. Yen Ryu's pupils shrank. He wanted to retreat. However, he realized that he couldn't do it in front of his opponent. His strength was completely suppressed. The purple spear fell and turned into lightning. It was about to pierce through Yen Ryu's body. However, the void beside Yen Ryu shattered and a figure appeared. Then a palm grabbed forward. A clanging sound was heard as the palm grabbed the purple spear. The sky was filled with lightning and thunder, making a roaring sound. Yen Ryu was enveloped by this force. However, another hand abruptly appeared and protected it. Countless black holes appeared between heaven and earth. Everyone sighed. Was he dead? The people of the Divine Union exclaimed. No. The people of the Purple Mansion sneered. Yen Ryu was Lin Wudi's woman. They wondered what Lin Wudi's expression would be when he found out about her death. Chapter 5497. The black hole in the sky slowly disappeared. Everyone looked over and saw that Yen Ryu had already turned into a bloody mist. However, when they looked up at the sky, they were stunned. They realized that it wasn't her. When they saw Yen Ryu's figure, their eyes widened. How could this be? She was still alive. The people from the Purple Mansion were stunned. Everyone else was shocked. Even the people from the Divine Union were stunned. In the next moment, they cheered. This was great. That was impossible. Some of the stronger divine ancestors frowned and looked over carefully. Hold on. Why was there another person beside Yen Ryu? Who was that? At that moment, everyone realized that Yen Ryu was pale. It seemed like she couldn't resist at all. However, he had managed to survive because a figure had appeared beside him. A godlike figure had helped her block the attack. That figure had grabbed the purple spear with one hand. Ziming was also stunned. He hadn't expected someone to block his attack at the last moment. He looked at the figure in front of him and asked, "Who are you? How dare you block me?" The voice said coldly. It was Lin Wudi. The crowd was in an uproar. Was this Lin Wudi? They were stunned. How could this be? Why do I feel that his aura is different? He was much more powerful than before. This was really Lin Wudi. Countless exclamations were heard. The people from the Divine Union were ecstatic. This was great. Boss Lin. Their boss Lin had returned. Even Yen Ryu was shocked. She could feel that Lin Xian's body contained a terrifying power. That power shocked her. It didn't lose out to the Triple Crown champion in front of her at all. This was great. Did you break through? She naturally knew that Lin Xian had been in the deepest part of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb with the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin. He must have had a fortuitous encounter. Lin Xian nodded and sent a wave of power into Yen Ryu's body. He said, "You have suffered before. Leave the rest to me. Don't worry, I will kill him and avenge you and the people from the Divine Union." Lin Xian waved his hand and sent Yen Ryu down. Then he looked at the people from the Divine Union, the savage wilderness ancestor and the others. "Everyone leave it to me. Lin Xian, be careful. He's the Triple Crown King." Savage ancestor warned. Fantasy world ancestor also gritted his teeth. He was too strong. She had defeated him in one move. If you can't withstand it, don't try to be brave. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Triple Crown? He was a suitable opponent. After she finished speaking, she turned her head and looked in front of her. "You're the 3-crown champion of the Z government?" "That's right, so you're Lin Wudi. I thought you were some earth-shattering figure. So you're just an ordinary young man. You've always been hiding behind a woman and didn't dare to come out. Why do you dare to come out now? Are you going to kneel down and beg me?" He laughed complacently. The people from the Violet Palace harumphed coldly. So what if Lin Wudi had come? Lin Wuti was only slightly stronger than a light, shaking realm cultivator. It was just a double champion. Their opponent this time was a triple crown champion, someone who was far more powerful than a light, shaking realm cultivator. Lin Xian's expression was cold as she said, "I won't let you off for attacking the divine union. Kneel down and accept your death." Once these words were spoken, the surrounding people were stunned. What was this brat saying? He was threatening the Triple Crown champion. The people from the Violet Palace sect laughed coldly. "Brat, are you an idiot? Look clearly at who is standing in front of you. No matter who it is, anyone who attacks my friend will die without a doubt." Lin Xian's voice was filled with incomparable killing intent. "Stupid thing." Zi Ming was also angry after hearing this. "So you're not only arrogant, but you're also an idiot. Do you think you're very strong? Do you think you're high and mighty because you took first place in the dragon transformation trial? Unfortunately, your old opponent, a light shaking realm cultivator, couldn't even take a single blow from me. You're stronger than a light shaking realm cultivator. But how much stronger can you be? In my eyes, you're just an ant. I can kill you with a single blow." As he spoke, he waved his arm, and the purple spear exploded forth once again, stabbing towards Lin Xian. Lin Wuti was dead for sure. Countless people cried out in alarm. The people from the Divine Union became nervous once again. Only Yen Ryu was looking forward to it, because he could feel an extremely strong power in Lin Xian's body. Just wait and see. These people would be shocked. Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he watched the incoming attack. He reached out at lightning speed, grabbing hold of the purple spear once again and waving it forcefully. With a clang, the purple spear broke into two halves. A vast force spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. With a loud boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Zi Ming was forced back, his blood churning. The other people were also dumbfounded when they saw the scene. What had they just seen? Lin Wuti had actually blocked the Triple Crown champion's attack. Lin Xian threw the broken purple spear far away and sneered, "I'm an ant? You only need a single blow to kill me? Can you do that?" Shocking. Incomparably shocking. How strong was Zi Ming? He had defeated the light, shaking realm cultivator and Yen Ryu with a single blow. He had even defeated the fantasy world patriarch and the savage wilderness patriarch. The entire Divine Union hadn't been able to take a single blow from him. Such a person was extremely strong. Everyone thought that he was invincible. Even though Lin Xian had arrived, they knew that Lin Xian was dead for sure. Nobody could contend against the Triple Crown champion. However, Lin Xian had done it. Lin Xian had blocked the Triple Crown champion's attack. Was he really Lin Wuti? I'm not dreaming, am I? The surrounding people were shocked. Even the people from the Divine Union were stunned. Did Boss Lin's strength become stronger again? Yen Ryu was equally shocked. She knew that Lin Xian had become stronger, but this level of strength had exceeded her expectations. It seemed like Lin Xian had really broken through a major boundary this time. "Damn, brat, I never expected that you would actually hide your strength. This is really beyond my expectations. However, you have already angered me. I can guarantee that you will be very miserable." Zi Ming's expression was also extremely cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent. As the Triple Crown champion, he wouldn't allow anyone to challenge him. There was only one outcome for anyone who dared to challenge him: death. Lin Xian shook his head. "Don't you get it? You can defeat a light-shaking realm cultivator with a single blow, but you can't defeat me. I'm no longer the same person as before. Don't compare trash like the light-shaking realm cultivator to me. After all, I only need one blow to defeat Yao Guang." "What?" Countless people exclaimed when they heard this. Lin Wuti only needed one blow to defeat a light-shaking realm cultivator? Heavens, could it be that he had broken through? He seemed to have gone to the Dragon King's ancient tomb. Could he have obtained a huge opportunity there and broken through to become the Triple Crown champion? Otherwise, why would he say such a thing? Exclamations of surprise rang out one after another. The savage wilderness patriarch, the fantasy world patriarch, and the others were also shocked when they heard this. Then they smiled. Chapter 5498. It seems that we have underestimated this little guy. Fantasy world patriarch smiled bitterly. Savage wilderness patriarch also nodded. That's right. He had never been defeated before. This time it was up to him. Everyone was looking forward to it. Was Lin Wuyi going to fight the Triple Crown King? Lin Xian's aura became incomparably terrifying. In the next moment, he attacked. He took a step forward and the world shook. He punched out. This punch was like a primordial spring that swept through the world. Everyone's scalps went numb. This power was truly too shocking. Even Ziming's pupils shrank abruptly. Damn it, he also struck out with his palm. The two collided and he was sent flying. He knocked over dozens of mountains in a row before he stopped and fell into the ruins. Countless people were in an uproar. Heavens, he actually sent the Triple Crown King flying. This was too unbelievable. Impossible. Lord Ziming. The people from the Purple Mansion were also stunned. The Triple Crown King was sent flying with a single punch? How did Lin Wuyi become so powerful? How long had it been? How did he break through to such a level? What had he experienced? At this moment, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian retracted his fist and sneered. The Triple Crown King was just SOSO. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He was too powerful. Was this the power that the divine flame seed gave him after breaking through? Sending the Triple Crown King flying with a single punch made him seem invincible in the world. With a boom, the mountains in the sky shattered. Ziming flew over. His face was terrifyingly dark. He had never thought that someone could contend against him. Moreover, he was sent flying. This was a slap to his face. He roared, "Brat, you have completely angered me." As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with his palms, and a huge shadow appeared behind him. The shadow was like a savage beast. However, that wasn't the case. That was a purple furnace with endless demonic beasts engraved on it, spiraling about. The moment it appeared, it destroyed the world. Go to hell. This was a peerless divine ability. The furnace was formed by the combination of the power of Purple Heaven and Earth Fiend. It was enough to suppress and destroy everything. It seemed that Ziming was really angry this time. He wanted to use his true strength to kill his opponent. Sensing this power, the eyelids of Savage Ancestor and the others twitched. Too strong. It seemed that the other party had not been serious when dealing with them earlier. If the other party had used such an attack right from the start, his soul would have been destroyed long ago. In the face of such power, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He slowly condensed and formed a long sword. Sword Qi whistled as the sword pierced out. Azura sword skill. The shocking murderous aura turned into an eternity between heaven and earth. The sword pierced through the sky. At this moment, everyone's eyes were illuminated by the sword Qi, and they couldn't see anything. Suppress him. Ziming roared crazily. The purple furnace that he had summoned collided fiercely with his opponent's attack. He wanted to suppress his opponent's sword Qi. However, this sword strike sent the purple divine furnace flying. Then he slashed at his opponent. Puff! Blood dyed the sky red. Ziming was sent flying again. Everyone who saw this scene went crazy. How could this be? The people of the Purple Mansion also knelt on the ground. They couldn't believe it. This was the Triple Crown champion. As soon as he appeared, he suppressed the light-shaking realm and injured the Grand Elder. After coming here, he had single-handedly swept through the entire divine union. No one in the heavens or the earth, no one in the 4 seas or 8 wastelands was his match. This gave the people of the Purple Mansion hope. From now on, they would be able to soar to the sky and stand above everyone. But now, Lin Wuyi had come and easily defeated his opponent. This shattered all of their dreams. No, the people of the Purple Mansion roared crazily. In the sky, Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. You've disappointed me too much. Was this all the Triple Crown champion could do? Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't feel that this was enough. Everyone's scalps went numb. The other party was disappointed. After all, Ming had single-handedly caused all of them to fall into despair. But now, Lin Xian actually said that his opponent was weak. The gap between people was really big. I'm injured. I'm actually injured. On the other side, Ming fell into a sea of blood. He couldn't believe it. He was so arrogant, but now he was injured twice. The first time he was sent flying. The second time his body was split open by a sword. Ah! He roared at the sky as if he had gone crazy. A monstrous, murderous aura rushed out of his body. Lin Wuti, I want you dead. I want you to fall into hell forever. He opened his hands, and purple, murderous aura condensed, forming a purple gourd. Purple demon gourd. Lin Wuti, come and die. With a roar, the purple demon gourd fell from the sky and formed a huge devouring force. It wanted to swallow Lin Wuti. The surrounding people exclaimed. Heavens! Was this the legendary purple demon gourd? This was an extremely terrifying ability. No matter who it was, once they entered the purple demon gourd, they would instantly turn into a pool of blood. They would no longer exist. Everyone's scalps went numb. It was actually such a terrifying technique. Lin Wuti was in danger. In an instant, Lin Xian was sucked in. Ming looked up and laughed. Ha! Lin Wuti, you can't even withstand a single blow. I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The surrounding people exclaimed. Oh no, Lin Wuti was sucked in. It was too dangerous. The people of the Divine Union were also nervous. After all, this was the legendary blood demon gourd. However, at this moment, the gourd shook violently. In the next moment, cracks appeared on it. A flame lit up and then swept across the 9 heavens. The sky was filled with divine flames, pulsating. The purple demon gourd disappeared. Lin Xian walked out of the countless divine flames. He said coldly, This technique is too weak. Do you have any other techniques? Everyone gasped. Even the Triple Crown champion took 2 steps back. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. How did you come out? You destroyed the purple demon gourd. He was going crazy. He knew how terrifying the purple demon gourd was. Even if he went in, his life would be in danger. Therefore, in his opinion, Lin Wuti had no hope of coming out. But now, Lin Wuti had come out easily and destroyed his purple demon gourd. Damn it! What was that flame just now? Why was he so terrified? The divine ancestors in the distance also said, Did you feel the power of that flame? Yes, it was too terrifying. Was that the 9-sun divine flame? Why did it feel like it was going to turn into ashes in an instant? That couldn't be right. It shouldn't be the 9-sun divine flame. Or rather, it should be the 9-sun divine body. Everyone's hair stood on end. The savage wilderness ancestor and the others were also shocked. What kind of flame was that? They didn't know that it wasn't just the 9-sun divine flame. It also had the power of a divine flame seed. This was a power that surpassed the sage realm. Chapter 5499. Lin Xian looked ahead and said coldly, You've used so many tricks. It's time for you to take one of my moves. He waved his hand, and endless flames condensed into a ray of light that looked like the sun. The flames were too terrifying. Even if the sun descended to the human world, it wouldn't have such power. Everyone's hair stood on end. Lin Xian waved his hand and pushed the sun out. He said that this move was called Sun in the Sky. The sun that was condensed from divine flames spun rapidly in front of him. In an instant, it arrived near Ming, and the entire void was completely pierced through. This flame was really too strong. There was nothing that could resist it. Ming also roared in fear. As soon as he got close to the power of the flames, his body was burnt black. He felt as if he was about to melt. No, block it. Endless purple murderous intent condensed on his body, forming a battle armor that emitted a cold power to block it. At the same time, 9 purple spears appeared in his hands again. As he waved them, they pierced through the 9 heavens to resist the sun-like flames. With a boom, he was sent flying. The sun shook gently, and then it shone again. Zi Ming's body began to melt. It was like a candle in the flames. It couldn't move at all. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Purple sky, divine thunder. He roared into the sky. Purple clouds filled the sky, and terrifying lightning descended, forming a sea of lightning to block it. But it was useless. Lin Xian unleashed another sun, another attack. The sun shone in the sky, and the terrifying flames illuminated the surroundings. All the lightning melted. In the sea of flames, Zi Ming screamed crazily. His life was threatened. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. Everyone had retreated to a safe distance. Lin Wuti was too strong. This kind of flame could be called a divine flame. Yes, I'm afraid nothing can resist it. Why do I feel like my holy weapon will turn to ashes in this flame? Countless people's scalps went numb. Some even felt that their weapons were melting. Those people from the Purple Mansion were crazy. How could this be? Ever since Lin Wuti came out, he had been beating the Triple Crown King. But this shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't it be the Triple Crown King beating up Lin Xian? At that moment, a descendant of the Zi government said, "Your Excellency Zi Ming, quickly run away." Lord Violet Shade, please return after discussing this with the manor head. They were really scared. Noisy! Lin Xian coldly snorted. He clapped his hands, and the flames in the sky turned into a golden crow that flew over. It was even more terrifying than the immemorial golden crow. It spread its wings and directly enveloped the people of the Zifu sect. The people from the Zifu sect roared. Damn it, let's go! They didn't dare to fight head-on and fled one after another. However, the golden crow grew larger in the wind. It spread its wings and covered millions of miles. The people of the Zifu Palace had no way to escape. In an instant, many people melted and turned into a bloody mist. Shouted the disciples of the Zi government. Everyone gathered together to resist. Those people gathered together. These experts were extremely terrifying. They tried to resist together, but they were unable to do so. The golden crow surrounded them, erupting with radiance. Everyone vanished into thin air. When everything disappeared, the heavens and the earth no longer existed. The spectators went crazy when they saw the scene. Dead. Countless Zifu sect experts, including the older generation experts and the disciples of the Zi government, died. Just like that, they were turned into ashes. Too strong. This scene was very similar. Previously, Violet Shade had single-handedly defeated the Divine Alliance, and they couldn't fight back. Now, Lin Xian had destroyed countless experts of the Zifu sect with a single move. Was he going to sweep the world with his own strength? Damn it! Violet Shade gritted his teeth and roared. He didn't expect the people he brought to be so useless. They couldn't even block a single move. In fact, he had wrongly blamed the people of the Zi government. They weren't useless, but Lin Wuti was too strong. The current Lin Xian was equivalent to Long Mu. He was even more terrifying than Long Mu. One had to know that when Long Mu walked out, the entire world was terrified and couldn't help but kneel down. That was because the power was too strong. The current Lin Xian was even stronger than Long Mu. After all, Long Mu didn't have a divine flame seed, but Lin Xian had one. How could the people of the Zi government resist him? Even a remote antiquity family would be easily annihilated in front of Lin Xian. On the other side, Violet Shade used all kinds of techniques and finally tore open the sea of fire and escaped. However, he was in a miserable state. His body was black and smoke was coming out of his head. He looked like a demonic beast that was being roasted. Many people had a strange expression when they saw the scene. Was this really the Triple Crown champion? Lin Xian was also surprised that Violet Shade was able to escape from the sun in the sky. That was really surprising. No wonder he was the Triple Crown champion. That was indeed the case. Violet Shade was definitely a top expert. If he didn't make a move, the other Double Crown champions and the older generation experts wouldn't be a match for him. However, it was a pity that Violet Shade had met him. Lin Xian said, "Do you still have any tricks up your sleeve? If not, I advise you to kneel down and wait for your death. That way, you won't have to suffer so much. Lin Wudy, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so strong. With your strength, you should be a Triple Crown champion, right? However, you underestimated me too much. I was careless before, and I had just woken up. That's why I was at a disadvantage. Now I'm serious. I don't believe that I will lose to you." He took a deep breath, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The surrounding people exclaimed. Did the Triple Crown champion still have any tricks up his sleeve? That's impossible. Lin Wudy was already so strong. How could Violet Shade resist him? Countless people shook their heads. Violet Shade snorted coldly. He quickly formed a seal with his palms. The void behind him cracked open, and a black hole appeared. It was as if it was connected to hell. At the same time, the sound of chains could be heard from the black hole. Clang! Clang! 12 chains flew out and wrapped around Violet Shade's body, piercing through his body. Zi Ming's brows were tightly knitted together. His face had become ferocious. His purple blood followed the chains and flew into the black hole. The scene was extremely strange. Everyone was shocked. What was Violet Shade doing? The expressions of savage wilderness ancestor and the others changed drastically. They felt an extremely terrifying aura emerge from the black hole and Violet Shade's body. Fantasy world ancestor also sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that this guy had opened the underworld? No way, was this guy crazy? Opening the underworld to make a deal with the death god? Even if he could use the power of the underworld, he would still end up in a miserable state. The two patriarchs were extremely shocked. They thought of an extremely ancient divine ability. They didn't expect Violet Shade to be so crazy. It seemed that Violet Shade had no way out. Chapter 5500. Triple Crown King Zi Ming had used a supreme technique. His eyes glowed with a terrifying light. The chains on his body were incomparably mysterious. An even more terrifying power surged out. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a peerless god of death. Everything around him seemed small and insignificant. With a boom, another spear appeared in his hand. The terrifying spear was many times stronger than before. This strike was enough to pierce through any expert. With the spear in hand, he was invincible. He let out a furious roar and charged towards Lin Xian at top speed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Let me show you what it means to be invincible." He took a step forward, and his aura instantly erupted. The boundless divine fire was pulsing fiercely. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have transformed into a flaming sword god. A sword shadow appeared in his hand. The sword was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian's cold voice rang out. "I have a sword that can cut through the heavens and the underworld." As his voice fell, the sword slashed out. The terrifying sword shadow cut through the heavens, then slashed toward the underworld. At this moment, the entire world was split open, and a pitch-black crack appeared. Everyone looked up at the sky. Seeing this scene, they were shocked. This sword seemed to have become the only thing between heaven and earth. On the other side, Zi Ming roared angrily, "Kill!" The purple battle robe in his hand flew out, and he also used a peerless divine ability. This was an extremely powerful attack. After this, the victor would be decided. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. At this moment, everyone was sent flying. They couldn't fight back. It was too terrifying. Both of them had the strength of a Triple Crown King. Just how high had a Triple Crown King reached? Why did it feel like no one among the sacred lords was a match for them? They were probably invincible among the sacred lords. Could it be that the Triple Crown King had surpassed the saints? Were these people crazy? Lin Wuti, I won't lose. A frenzied roar rang out between heaven and earth. Purple aura filled the sky. Zi Ming resisted with all his might, while Lin Xian stepped on the 9 heavens. He said coldly, "It was useless. No one can block this sword. This is my invincible sword." Chop! The sky shattered, and heaven and earth split open. The chains on Zi Ming's body shook violently. Suddenly, one of the chains broke apart. Immediately after, the terrifying vortex behind her also shook violently, as if it couldn't withstand it at all. Heavens, could it be that he's going to break through the power of the underworld? It was really too unbelievable. When the old ancestors saw this, they roared madly. No, the people from the Z government also cried out in alarm. They couldn't believe it. Was that sword really that terrifying? Zi Ming's expression also became extremely ugly. After the first chain on his body broke, the second and third chains broke one after another. He could feel the power of the 9 hells slowly vanishing from his body. This caused him to become terrified. Damn it, what's going on? Why was it like this? The other party had actually broken through the power he had summoned. He was finally terrified. Without this power, he had no way of contending against Lin Xian. Run! While there were still some chains on his body, Zi Ming used the last of his strength, not to attack, but to escape. He turned into a purple stream of light and instantly tore through the void, escaping into the distance. Heavens, what's going on? Someone had escaped. That purple light was the purple underworld. No way! The Triple Crown champion of the Z government had actually escaped. This meant that he was no match for Lin Wuti. Countless people cried out in alarm. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They had never imagined that this would actually be the outcome. One had to know that a few days ago, Zi Ming had been so arrogant. He had trampled the entire divine union under his feet. However, a few days later he had escaped. Won. That's great, we won. When the people of the divine union saw this, they quickly cheered. Lin Wuti was indeed worthy of his name. He was invincible in heaven and earth. No one was a match for him. Boss Lin had already become the Triple Crown champion? That's for sure, Fu Hongya said. Since the little martial uncle had defeated the Triple Crown champion, he would definitely be the new Triple Crown champion. A Triple Crown champion had appeared in the divine union. This was an existence that stood above everything else. In the sky, Lin Xian unsheathed his sword, shattering the heavens and earth. His brows were tightly knitted together. Did he escape? He looked down and said, "Rui, protect the divine union. I'll chase after him." After saying that, Lin Xian stomped his feet and soared into the sky, chasing after Lin Wuti. When the spectators saw this, they gasped. What the hell? What's going on? Lin Wuti had actually chased after Lin Wuti. Could it be that he intended to completely eliminate Lin Wuti? If a Triple Crown champion fell, the storm it would cause would definitely be unimaginable. Kid, he must have escaped back to the Z government. I'll use the power of the earth to cut off his escape route. I'll leave the rest to you. The Crimson Dragon roared angrily. It transformed into a 300-meter tall figure and roared at the sky. It brandished its dragon claws and executed the earthly scripture to an extremely terrifying extent. At this moment, it had unleashed all its power. The earth shook as a terrifying force spread rapidly under the ground. Everyone felt the ancient city shake before they could no longer feel it. What had happened? They did not know that in a faraway place, on the path to the Z government, the earth had split open and countless stone tablets had emerged from the ground. They had directly suppressed this part of the world, forming a boundary. This was a technique of the Geomaster. They could control the earth's spirit veins for their own use. However, this distance was very far. Given the Crimson Dragon's current strength, It could only use this technique once. In the divine union, the crimson dragon flew down from the sky. He had no more power in his body, so he hurriedly swallowed an elixir. He looked up at the sky and said, "I can only do this much. The rest is up to you." In the sky, a purple streak of light flew out. It was Ziming. Ziming's face turned ugly. This time, not only had he been defeated, but he had also been seriously injured. This was something he had never expected. "Damn it, Linwoody, just you wait. Once I recover from my injuries, I'll definitely tear you to pieces." He attributed his defeat this time to carelessness. He had never imagined that Linwoody would actually have the power of a Triple Crown champion. Otherwise, he would have gone all out at the start and destroyed the Divine Union. If he had used a few important figures in the Divine Union to threaten Linwoody, the situation would not have turned out this way. Now he was prepared to return to the Z government and recover fully. Once he recovered, he would come back to take revenge. However, all of a sudden he froze. This was because he realized that the world in front of him had changed greatly. It was no longer a flat plain. Instead, stone steels appeared. Countless stone steels formed a barrier that blocked his path. Chapter 5501. What the hell is going on? Who did this? Violet Shade's expression turned ugly. He furrowed his brows. He waved his hand, formed a hand seal, and slammed it forward. With one strike, he shattered his opponent. A huge stone tablet collapsed with a loud crash, turning into a crack. However, it was useless. The shattered stone tablet slowly gathered together. The rubble danced in the air again, forming a huge stone tablet that stood tall in front of him. The stone tablet was like a forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Violet Shade's brows were tightly knit together. This was a formation. Furthermore, it was a formation formed by combining all of the spirit veins under the ground. Who the hell is this? You actually have such attainments in array formations. This is truly beyond his expectations. Even if he was a Triple Crown champion, he could not be compared to Yi Qingyu in terms of formations. It seemed that he would need to use all his strength to break this formation. However, at that moment, a cold snort sounded between heaven and earth. There was even an eye that appeared in the 9 heavens. It was an illusion of an eye with the runes of reincarnation on it, blooming with a mysterious light. At the same time, a cold voice sounded. "You can't escape." "Damn it, that's that kid's voice." Violet Shade's expression turned ugly when he heard that and saw the eye in the sky. It was Linwoody. Linwoody had come to kill him. His opponent had no intention of letting him go. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it!" He roared, turned around, and left. He was seriously injured and was no match for his opponent. He had to escape. At the same time, he formed a hand seal and sent a message to the Violet Mansion for help. "Everyone in the Violet Mansion, come out and stop Linwoody with all your might." The Violet Mansion. Everyone was waiting, but they were not in a hurry. This was the Triple Crown Champion's attack. It was terrifying and absolutely foolproof. They were only waiting for news of victory. However, at that moment, the sound of a bell rang from the depths of the Violet Mansion, reverberating through the 9 heavens. Everyone looked up at the sky. The elders also stepped forward, their faces solemn. "What's going on?" The sound of the bell was only heard when there was a great emergency. Who was the one who triggered the bell? Just as they were feeling puzzled, a roar came from the sky. "Zifu! Everyone listen to my orders. Move out and stop Linwoody." This was the voice of the Triple Crown winner. What's going on? Why was the Triple Crown champion so exasperated? What happened? Is Linwoody back? Did it fight the Triple Crown champion? Is he not dead? Everyone was stunned. The 3 Supreme Elders also walked out, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Could it be that Linwoody was chasing the Triple Crown King? Although they didn't quite believe it, that was what they had analyzed from this sentence. How could this be? What exactly happened? How could the Triple Crown champion lose? Could it be that Lin Wudy had brought back a few monarch weapons? If that was the case, then it would be dangerous. This Lin Wudy was too despicable. Fight him one-on-one if you have the ability. Many people gritted their teeth. The Taishang elder walked out and said, "Everyone listen up. Assemble the troops and set off to intercept Lin Wudy." At the same time, they were searching for the whereabouts of the Purple Mansion Lord. The Purple Mansion's potentate had also gone to the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Now that Lin Wudy was back, where was the potentate? One had to know that only an extreme-grade weapon could save his life. The people of the Purple Mansion moved quickly. One by one, the elders, the young geniuses, and even some people on the boat all flew up. Qin Xianer also received the order. She also heard the voice. She was shocked. Lin Xian was back and he was fine. It seemed that he was still chasing the Triple Crown champion. How amazing! She didn't know what cultivation level Lin Xian had reached, but she was relieved that Lin Xian wasn't in danger. As for intercepting Lin Xian, he wasn't interested. He turned around and left. "Elder, I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well." With that, he rose into the air and chose to go into seclusion. What was wrong with Qin Xianer? Some elders frowned. A supreme elder said, "Ignore him. Our business is more important. Let's go." Two supreme elders oversaw the situation. One supreme elder led countless experts into the air. Apart from the supreme elders, there were also some extremely terrifying core elders. There were also some descendants and geniuses. They all moved out with many powerful sacred weapons. There were also formations. This time, it could be said that they covered the sky and earth. They just needed to stop Lin Wudy. Lin Xian chased from behind. Not long after, he saw the people of the Purple Mansion charging over. Lin Wudy died. 130 formations appeared in the sky, covering the sky and earth, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Stupid ants, do you think you can kill me like this?" He punched out, turning into an ancient golden crow. The flames on it directly penetrated the formations. 130 formations were instantly destroyed. Dozens of Violet Palace realm experts were also turned into ashes by this punch. They didn't even have time to scream before they vanished into thin air. Even until their deaths, they couldn't believe that Lin Wudy had such power. They had underestimated him. Next, several teams came to intercept Lin Wudy. They were all killed by Lin Wudy. They either used terrifying divine flames to burn them. They either slashed them with a sword or used the heavens battle map to envelop them. Wherever he passed, no one could stop him. Between heaven and earth, countless seas of blood gathered, and it even rained blood. It couldn't be helped. These people of the Purple Mansion were ants in Lin Xian's eyes. But in the eyes of others, they were still experts. So many experts and geniuses were dying. At this moment, it was as if the world was ending. The people of Buried Earth Star looked up at the sky. Looking at this phenomenon, their scalps went numb. In a mountain range, a group of people stood. The leader was an old man. He was the 5th elder of the Purple Mansion. He had 3 successors and 72 top-notch geniuses by his side. In addition, there were more than 500 experts. They had 300 formations in their hands. There were also 16 terrifying sacred weapons. In addition, each of them had many Dharma treasures in their hands. Such a team covered the sky and earth. They were definitely extremely powerful. As long as Lin Wudy dared to come here, they would be able to stop him. They would even be able to send him to hell. A genius in blue armor asked, what was going on with Elder Zhang? Why did the Triple Crown champion ask for help? That's right. Could it be that he was being hunted down by Lin Wudy? Impossible. Another middle-aged man in a Taoist robe said, something must have happened that we didn't expect. Otherwise, with Lin Wudy's strength, how could he fight against the Triple Crown champion? One had to know that even a light-shaking realm cultivator was defeated in one move. Lin Wudy was stronger than sunlight. After 3 moves, he would definitely die. No matter what, they had to stop Linwoody. The 5th elder in front of them said. An extremely terrifying light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a biting cold aura came from the front. Then, countless saber lights flashed, and a wild saber slashed down. The genius in blue armor said, "It's the heavenly saber formation that we set up." Someone had entered. It should be Linwoody. Chapter 5502. Linwoody had come, and he had come so quickly. It was beyond their expectations. The middle-aged man sneered. Linwoody was a fool. He would definitely die if he entered the Heavenly Blade Formation. The people around them were overjoyed. The Heavenly Blade Formation was an extremely terrifying killing formation. There were 30 million streaks of blade energy inside, and it could be condensed to summon the Heavenly Blade. A divine blade would descend from the sky and kill a powerful enemy within the formation. It was a peerless killing formation. Linwoody would be severely injured if he didn't die. They laughed smugly. However, an even more terrifying sound came from the front. 30 million streaks of blade energy were blasted away in an instant. The heavenly blade that descended from the sky was sent flying by a punch. Cracks appeared on the heavenly blade, spreading like a spider web. Then, with a crack, the heavenly blade fell to the ground. The shattered blades pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and the surrounding mountains were also cut open. The ground cracked, and countless cracks appeared. The people around them were stunned when they saw this. How was this possible? That kid broke the Heavenly Blade Formation. The genius in armor shook his head frantically. That was the Heavenly Blade Formation, a peerless killing formation. He died the moment he entered. Even if their team wanted to break through, it would still take some time. But now, in the blink of an eye, the other party broke it open. What was going on? Could it be that Linwoody had come here with an extreme weapon? Thinking of this, their faces turned ugly. The 5th elder shouted angrily, "Calm down! I don't feel the aura of an extreme weapon." That was why he didn't use an extreme weapon. But they didn't know what it was. Let's go take a look. Hearing that it wasn't an extreme weapon, the people around them heaved a sigh of relief. They rose into the air and followed the 5th elder forward. They were very fast and arrived in front of him in an instant. The peerless killing formation that was set up between the hundreds of mountains in front of them was broken. The surrounding blade energy was dim, and there were countless fragments on the ground. There were cracks in the sky. Amidst the ruins, there was a figure standing there. It was a figure surrounded by divine flames. He stood there completely unscathed. However, everything around him had been completely destroyed. When the Violet Palace Realm experts saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was Linwoody. They stared fixedly at the figure below. At the same time, the flaming figure below lifted its head. There was an extremely terrifying light of reincarnation flickering in his eyes. Just by relying on you bunch of ants? Was there no one else in the Purple Mansion? As he spoke, the power of reincarnation suddenly erupted, forming an eye of reincarnation in the sky. A palm stretched out from the pupil. Heavenly Tao of reincarnation, hand of heaven. Boom, the palm of the heavenly Tao descended, mercilessly crushing these people. In an instant, hundreds of Violet Palace Realm experts were annihilated. Some of the top geniuses and core elders were also sent flying while coughing up blood. This is Linwoody's Rinnegan. They screamed crazily. Why do I feel that the other party's Rinnegan is much stronger than before? It was definitely more than 10 times. Most of the elites they had brought with them had been destroyed. Only a small number of extremely powerful people survived. Run, run. The purple-armored genius stood up, turned around, and ran. On the other side, the middle-aged man in Taoist robes was also pale with fright. They no longer cared about anything else. However, at this moment, they found that the void had split open. An entire sky had been split in half. They lowered their heads and found that their bodies had also split open. Sacred blood danced in the sky, sweeping through the 9 heavens. They were split open by a sword. They were dead. At this moment, only the 5th elder was left. The 5th elder's body trembled. He fell to his knees with a plop. What kind of power was this? A few days ago, he had seen this kind of power on the Triple Crown King. At that time, it had shocked him and made him unable to stop it. However, he did not expect that he would sense it on Lin Xian's body again. His face was filled with despair. You've broken through to become the Triple Crown King. Lin Xian walked over and pierced the 5th elder's glabella with his sword. He grabbed the 5th elder's soul and pressed it to the ground. He said coldly, "That's right. As the Triple Crown King, I should suppress everything in the world." Humph! He exerted force in his palm and tore the 5th elder's soul into pieces. This powerful troop vanished into thin air in an instant. Lin Xian waved his hand, and divine fire filled the sky, turning everything into ashes. At the same time, he stomped his foot and soared into the sky. Next, the team led by the 8th elder was destroyed, and the team led by the 11th elder was instantly destroyed. The team led by the 15th elder was destroyed. One by one, the powerful geniuses and elders were destroyed. At this moment, the entire burial earth was shrouded in a sea of blood. The monstrous aura made countless people kneel on the ground. In the Purple Mansion, the 2 supreme elders were guarding. They prevented others from launching a sneak attack. At this moment, the array formation was activated. They waited nervously. "Do you think you can stop Lin Wuti?" the blue-clothed elder asked. The red-haired elder said, "It should be possible. This time, we've sent out most of our forces." The 2 supreme elders were discussing in a low voice. Suddenly, their expressions changed. Because there was a pagoda above the 9 heavens. There were many jade pendants in this pagoda. They were the sole jade pendants of those powerhouses. But at this moment, the sole jade pendants in the pagoda were shattering crazily. It wasn't just one. They were shattering together. Every time, 500 soul jade pendants cracked at the same time. This caused the 2 grand elders to fall into despair. They soared into the air and arrived at the soul pagoda. Their faces were filled with horror. Damn it! What was happening? The 5th elder's soul jade pendant had shattered. The 500 powerhouses with him had also shattered. On the other side, the team led by the 8th elder had also shattered. The 2 supreme elders were dumbfounded when they heard the news. Could it be that these people had all fallen? They couldn't imagine. One had to know how terrifying these elders were. Plus, they had brought a lot of people with them. There were hundreds of arrays. There were also dozens of sacred weapons. With so many forces, they could definitely destroy everything. No matter how strong Lin Wuti was, he was only a double champion. Why was he so terrifying? Could it be that Lin Wuti had brought the entire Divine Union's forces here? They didn't know. At the same time, the people of the Yuanguang continent went crazy. This apocalyptic scene terrified them. They started to collect information. When the news came back, they were dumbfounded, especially those in wholly distant ancient city. They were all shocked. When they learned that a genius from the Z government had died in the 9 heavens, they were all stunned. Lin Xian wanted to destroy the entire world with his strength alone. Lin Wuti was so terrifying. At the same time, another piece of news came out. The 2 supreme elders of the Purple Mansion sect had joined forces to send out a message. Whoever could stop Lin Wuti would obtain the Purple Mansion sect's supreme secret manual. Chapter 5503. The Purple Mansion had many ancient techniques and divine powers. The fact that the Purple Mansion was willing to take out 10 Archean lost arts shocked countless people. Some people's eyes turned red in an instant. One Archean lost art could make a warrior rise in an instant, and it could even make a family powerful. Even the remote antiquity families couldn't accept 10 Archean lost arts. They would definitely be jealous. However, the people in Ancient City didn't dare to accept it at all. They knew how powerful Linwoody was. This was the Triple Crown champion. His strength made them despair. Even the entire Alcade continent was stunned by the scene of destruction. Looking at the sea of blood in the sky, these people shook their heads crazily. However, this time, the Purple Mansion spread the news to all corners of the world. In addition to the Alcade continent, there were other continents and terrifying oceans. There were also experts among them. Therefore, when these people heard the news, their eyes shone with a piercing light. If they could stop Linwoody, they could get the Archean lost arts. It was a great thing. Who was Linwoody? Was he the first in the dragon transformation station? Although he was powerful, he was only one person. Let's gather more experts, not kill him. It wouldn't be a problem to stop him for half a month. These people were full of confidence and soared into the sky. They all flew towards the Alcade continent. For a moment, the Alcade continent was filled with a supreme aura. Everyone was nervous. They didn't know what would happen next. The St. Cloud Mountains. This was a very famous place on the Alcade continent because a great battle had taken place here 30,000 years ago. The two sides of the battle were extremely terrifying. There was only one person on one side, a saint called Shao Qinyan. He was extremely terrifying. His opponents were the 8 remote antiquity families. That battle was earth-shattering and mountains and rivers were shattered. In the end, Shao Qinyan died in this mountain range, and the 8 remote antiquity families were also severely injured. This mountain range was called the St. Cloud Mountains by later generations, indicating the fall of a powerful saint. This time, the St. Cloud Mountains were lively again. This time, it wasn't just the 8 remote antiquity families. At least 80 sects were gathered here. They had no choice. This time, they came for the 10 Archean lost arts. After hearing the news from the Purple Mansion, these people came one after another. They gathered in the St. Cloud Mountains. Among them, there was the extremely terrifying ghost family from the Nether Sky continent. There was also the Xianjian sect from the Xiantian continent. There was also the Demon Shark clan from the Demon Sea. In short, there were a lot of experts, far more than the lineup of 30,000 years ago. The experts from the Xianjian sect shook their heads. 30,000 years ago, Shao Qinyan had offended the 8 great sects and lost his life here. There were at least 80 sects here this time. So what if Linwoody was strong? Today was the day of his death. There was no way he could cross the St. Cloud mountain range. The experts of the Demon Shark clan also snorted coldly. They brought the Black Sea with them, engulfing the 9 heavens. The other people's expressions were similarly cold. As long as they could stop the other party, they would be able to do so. Then he could ask the Purple Mansion for 10 Archean secret techniques. These people were wary of each other and stopped at different peaks. After waiting for a day, they opened their eyes. It was because they sensed an aura coming from up ahead. Was Linwoody here? The Purple Mansion sect was also a top-notch sect. The fact that they had been so frightened that they had even asked for help meant that Linwoody might have brought the entire Divine Union's power with him. How could these sects not know about the legends of the Divine Union and Linwoody? That was why so many of them had teamed up to wait at the St. Cloud mountain range. However, they were stunned when they saw that there was only one person who had broken through the void. There was only one person. How could this be? Were the others hiding? These people used their powerful eye techniques to see through the heavens and the earth. Their terrifying souls covered the sky. However, they realized that there was no one hiding. There was only one person. Was Linwoody here alone? These people were stunned. Soon, the Demon Shark clan laughed heartily. Great, the heavens are on our side. It would be easy for us to stop him if there was only one person. That was, they would join forces to stop Linwoody. These people started to move. At the same time, those at the front attacked even faster. For example, there were the giant Python clan. These huge pythons were tens of thousands of meters long and covered the sky. They were like heavenly blades blocking the front. At the same time, there were the Fire Crow clan. Flames swept across the sky and turned into a sea of fire. On the other side, the One-Horned Mantis clan and the terrifying Ghost clan all moved out. Boom! Boom! A great battle broke out in an instant. It was earth-shattering, as if 100,000 thunderbolts had sounded at the same time. The tremors caused the surrounding mountains to shatter. Everyone watched with rapt attention. They all had confident smiles on their faces. With so many of them attacking together, it would be easy to stop the other party. However, at this moment, a scream came from the front. Then, everyone saw a bloody light shoot into the sky, turning into a sea of blood. Damn it, what happened? The surrounding people were all stunned. Not long after, another shocking power came. Flames swept across the sky, followed by the flash of a blade. A terrifying yin and yang aura erupted. Soon a few people fled back. Their bodies were broken and stained with blood. Oh no! The giant python clan was annihilated. The fire crow clan's people were reduced to ashes, while the nether ghost clan's people were completely dead. News came one after another. The people waiting at the back were dumbfounded. They stopped smiling and roared crazily. What did you say? The giant python clan had sent out 149 experts. Each of the pythons was tens of thousands of meters long. They had swept across the world, but now they were all dead. The Fire Crow clan had a total of 300 experts. Their combined sea of fire was something that fiend gods could hardly resist. Now they had turned into ashes, and the Ghost clan, who were extremely strange assassins, had fallen. And how? How was this possible? These people could not believe it. Who was it? Was it Lin Wudy? How could he be so powerful? These people's faces were ugly. The Demon Shark clan snorted. So what if it was Lin Wudy? Lin Wudy was the first in the Dragon Transformation Station. He was a top-tier double champion. It was not surprising that he had such strength. However, no matter how strong he was, could he fight against all of them? Although we lost some of our clans and sects, most of us are still intact. With us standing here, he will definitely not be able to get through. Yes, that's right. The people of Xianjian sect nodded. The other experts' eyes also shone with a cold light. Shocking laws rushed out of their bodies, and terrifying formations condensed. They formed 99 formations and charged forward together. 99 killing formations, containing all kinds of laws, exploded together. The sacred leader would definitely die. No matter how strong Lin Wudy was, he would not be able to resist. Chapter 5504. This time, everyone was very confident. This was because the power of the array formation this time was much stronger than the Heavenly Blade array from before. This time, Lin Wudy would definitely not be able to rush out. In front of them, the laws kept flashing and endless rumbling sounds could be heard. But soon they were dumbfounded, because they found that the array in front of them was constantly breaking. An array of sword chi was like a divine dragon. It swept in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything was broken. Nothing could stop it. What was that? How could it be so terrifying? The surrounding people exclaimed. People like the Xianjian sect and the Demon Shark clan were even more shocked. That was Lin Wudy. How could he tear these arrays apart? These people were dumbfounded. Lin Xian's sword chi was monstrous, and his eyes were filled with endless coldness. To be honest, he was very angry. Those who stopped him before were from the Purple Mansion. He was the enemy of the Purple Mansion, so it was reasonable for them to attack him. But now was not the time. Lin Xian could see that these sects were not from the Purple Mansion, but they came to stop him. This was intolerable. His expression was cold. When I was fighting with the Purple Mansion, you didn't help each other, so I didn't blame you. But you just had to help the Purple Mansion and be my enemy. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. Lin Xian's sword chi was even more terrifying. It was as if he had turned into a peerless sword god, shooting straight into the sky. At the same time, the array around him kept breaking, and nothing could stop him. This sword caused heaven and earth to collapse. Lin Xian was like a god, standing above the 9 heavens. When the people in the distance saw this, they were all dumbfounded. God, that's Lin Wudy. Damn it, what's going on? How is he still alive? Why do I see that he's not injured? This is impossible. These people were stunned. They knew that Lin Wudy was powerful, and he was the first in the dragon transformation stage. The terrifying double champion. No one was his opponent in a one-on-one fight. But this time, they were not fighting one-on-one. There were so many of them. How could they not defeat him? Is this really Lin Wudy? He is definitely a young great emperor. Previously, these people only knew of Lin Wudy's reputation. Now that they saw his true strength, they were extremely regretful. If they had known that the other party was so terrifying, they wouldn't have dared to come even if they were beaten to death. 10 archaic cultivation methods. Although they were tempted, it was nothing compared to their lives. Damn it, let's hurry up and leave. Some people already wanted to retreat. There were also people who gnashed their teeth. Damn it, I knew it. How could the Z government be so kind? Lin Wudy had become even more powerful than when he was at Hua Longzhan's side after giving him 10 immemorial cultivation techniques. I guessed that Z Fu must not be able to defeat Lin Wudy, so he resorted to this method. Are you using us as a shield? Damn it, we were tricked by the Z Mansion. These people were all experts, and they reacted in an instant. They had indeed made the wrong decision this time. Let's go quickly. These people wanted to escape. There was also an elder whose eyes were filled with despair. He said, "It's too late. We're already on the Z government side. We're enemies with Lin Wudy. Don't you know what kind of person Lin Wudy is? None of his enemies have a good ending. Think about the Dragon Prince. Think about those people from the Z government. Everyone's scalps went numb. Indeed, those who went against Lin Xian, whether it was the powerful imperial prince or the terrifying remote antiquity family, none of them could escape unscathed. This time, they were afraid that they were really in danger. The Demon Shark clan clenched their teeth. They snorted coldly. Damn it, so what? Are we going to sit here and wait for death? That's right, with so many experts and sects working together, even if we can't defeat Lin Wudy, it's definitely not a problem for us to leave. Humph, I want to see how powerful the legendary number, one of the dragon transformation station, is. These people roared crazily. They knew that it was impossible to retreat, so they could only fight. Extremely terrifying laws erupted from these people. Kill! With a roar, these people rushed over. All kinds of laws and divine abilities emerged one after another. There was incomparably terrifying black seawater, monstrous sword chi, terrifying flying swords. There was also a sky full of flames. The battle was very terrifying. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Quanxian. However, Lin Xian waved his arm, and a sword chi cut through the sky, shattered the hell, and split all the attacks. Furthermore, over 100 silhouettes were destroyed by this sword strike. Then Lin Xian was like a sword god, flickering light and passing shadow, killing these experts. The battle had completely erupted. An endless primordial aura spread out. At this moment, the entire forest and mountain range shook violently. So much so that those in the distance were crawling on the ground. What happened? Was there a battle between gods? After the battle, blood stained the sky, and the Holy Cloud mountain range had completely turned into a forbidden land of death. The murderous aura here was monstrous, and no one dared to enter. Even if a divine ancestor came here, he would probably be instantly swallowed by this aura and turned into white bones. In this sea of blood, a figure stepped in the air like a sword god. After leaving this place, his body was murderous like a god of death. After this person left, some people dared to look from a distance. There were terrifying weapons in the sky that were investigating. Then they gasped. Did you see that? The person who just left seemed to be Lin Wudy. Before the Holy Cloud mountain range, 80 top families and sects from all over the world had gathered. Could it be that they were waiting for Lin Wudy? But now Lin Wudy had successfully walked out alive, and the others had all turned into a sea of blood. Heavens! Was Lin Wudy really going to dominate the world with his own strength? Hurry! Hurry up and spread the word. Go back to your family and don't provoke Lin Wudy. Was he really invincible in the world? This guy would definitely become a true great emperor in the future. At this moment, all those who had investigated the news had left. They all sent the news back to their families. At the same time, the news here spread all over the world. The entire burial planet was shocked. Has Lin Wudy become so strong already? It wasn't that they hadn't seen top geniuses before. For example, the previous crown prince was the possessor of the strongest bloodline. He could make heaven and earth tremble as soon as he appeared. Everyone was in despair. Then there was the double crown prince, and even the triple crown prince. But no one had shocked them as much as Lin Xian. If there was, it would have to be traced back to the past. In every era, there was a kind of young person who rose among the masses and stood above the 9 heavens. Such people were called great emperors. However, great emperors had long disappeared and only existed in legends. It made them forget the power of great emperors. And now, Lin Xian's performance made them feel as if they had seen a group of young great emperors rise. This kid had heaven-defying strength and great opportunities. They couldn't provoke him. At this moment, the leaders of countless families gave orders to their families. They couldn't offend Lin Wudy. Chapter 5505. Lin Wudy had single-handedly defeated countless sects and clans, shocking the entire buried Earth star. At this moment, countless people were terrified. They didn't know how things would develop next. At this moment, Lin Xian had already set foot on the Tianji continent. Above the Tianji continent, an eye of reincarnation appeared, overlooking the common people. At this moment, the clans and sects on the Tianji continent were terrified. It was as if a god was looking down on them. Their clan's secrets seemed to have been seen. Damn it, what was that? It was the Rinnegan. Damn it, it was Lin Wudy. Lin Wudy had actually come to the Tianji continent. Many people were terrified. Some living beings and warriors had already knelt on the ground and prostrated themselves in worship. However, there were also some experts of the older generation who were very angry. Their sects and clans were surrounded by clouds and mist, covering heaven and earth. There were also old roars. Lin Wudy had gone too far. Did he use the Rinnegan to cover the entire continent? What was he trying to do? Was he trying to find out their secrets? Damn it! Did he really think they were easy to bully? No one was allowed to find out their clan's secrets. Angry roars sounded one after another, including those of the Qilin clan. The Qilin clan was on the Tianji continent. At this moment, they were also enveloped by the light of reincarnation. As a great emperor clan, they felt as if they were being challenged. At this moment, they were roaring crazily. Should we give Lin Wudy a warning? The Qilin clan's old Qilin said coldly. The others were also gnashing their teeth. However, some people frowned. For example, an elder said, "That's not good. He's not targeting us. He should be targeting the Z Mansion. I heard that he was chasing after the Triple Crown King. We don't have to make a move at this time. Our great emperor weapon isn't here. If that killing god kills his way to our clan, then the gains won't make up for the losses. Damn it! Are we going to let him be so arrogant?" Lin Wudy came to the Tianji continent alone. If we don't stand up for him, what will others think of us in the future? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for the great emperor clan? Let's send someone to tell him that he can chase after the Triple Crown King, but he must take the Rinnegan. He can't find out our secrets. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. That's right. There were still experts in the Qilin clan who nodded. An elder suggested, "Why don't we join forces with some other clans and sects to give him some pressure?" Voices rang out one after another. The people of the Kirin clan moved quickly. At the same time, Lin Xian's Rinnegan floated above his head, and he scanned all directions. He even walked among the mountains and rivers. This time, he was determined to kill the Triple Crown champion. No one could stop him. All of a sudden, he frowned and stopped because he saw flames soaring into the sky ahead of him. The sky was illuminated by the radiance, as if it had turned into a sea of fire. Amidst the flames, a woman descended. This woman was wearing a fiery robe, and her aura was extremely powerful. Burning incense, it's actually you? Lin Xian frowned. He knew this person and was no stranger to him. It was the burning of incense. The Double Crown King had awoken from his slumber and had successfully made it into the top 10 of the dragon trial. She could be said to be a top-notch proud daughter of the heavens. It was just that he did not expect her to come at this time. Are you here to intercept me as well? Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with extremely cold killing intent. Burning incense said, Lin Gongzi, you've misunderstood. I'm not from the Purple Mansion. I'm just here to help someone pass on a message. Who? What message? Lin Xian said coldly. Is there anyone else who wants to help the Purple Mansion? Burning Incense said in a deep voice. He said, the Tianji continent is where the Fire Kirin clan resides. Young Master used the Rinnegan to cover the entire continent to investigate. This has already angered the Kirin clan. Although Young Master is not afraid of anything, he does not want to make enemies for no reason. Moreover, this enemy is a great emperor family. Therefore, I want Young Master to take back part of the Rinnegan's gaze, or at least stop investigating the Kirin clan. You're speaking for the Kirin clan? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. There was a shocking light flickering in his eyes. Burning Incense said, not hiding anything. The Kirin clan is very optimistic about my bloodline. Moreover, they're preparing to marry me. My talent is above the Kirin sun, but I don't have a shocking bloodline like the Kirin sun. If the two of us marry, the next generation will definitely be the strongest genius. At this point, Burning Incense's eyes flashed with a shocking light. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Marriage? It seems that the Kirin clan has given you a lot of benefits. However, how do you know that I'll agree? What if the Triple Crown King runs to the Kirin clan? Won't I not be able to detect him? Don't worry, we definitely won't do that. At this time, 3 more figures descended from the sky. They had powerful flames on their bodies as well as Kirin scales. Obviously, they were from the Kirin clan. These people's attitudes were much stronger than Burning Incenses. After all, they were from the great emperor family. They had their own pride. They said coldly, Lin Wudi, quickly stop and take back your gaze. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. We didn't immediately take action and only informed you. That's already giving you face. Don't go too far. The 3 of them said coldly. Lin Xian was enraged when he heard that. Too much? Lin Xian snorted. What does it have to do with the Kirin clan that I'm chasing after the enemy? You actually jumped out to block my path. I'm already giving you face by not attacking you. Now get lost, or don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Xian was furious. What was his status now? A few Kirin clan geniuses were enough to talk to him. What kind of joke was this? A Kirin clan genius behind him was furious. He took a step forward. How dare you? Do you know the strength of our great emperor family? Just as he finished speaking, Lin Xian slashed him with a sword, and the entire ground split into 2. The crack was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. The other 2 were trembling in fear. Even Burning Incense sucked in a breath of cold air. What else did he want to say? In the end, Lin Xian flicked his finger again, and a ball of flames enveloped the second genius, turning him into ashes. Only the last Kirin clan genius was left. He was so frightened that he fell to his knees. Fear, infinite fear. They were incomparably powerful geniuses in the Kirin clan, but now they were powerless in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian came in front of them and said coldly, You don't have the qualifications to talk to me. If you want to talk to me, get the Kirin clan's patriarch to see me. Lin Xian snorted. He rose into the air and continued on his way. This time, Not only did he not retract his reincarnation gaze, but he made it even more terrifying. An eye in the sky grew infinitely bigger. It seemed to cover the entire Tianji continent. Behind them, burning incense sighed when she saw this. When Lin Xian attacked just now, he also felt a chill down his spine. Lin Xian's greatest achievement was the Triple Crown. This meant that Lin Xian was also a Triple Crown champion. He was an existence that far surpassed him. How could he dare to attack? He could only sigh. To deal with someone like Lin Xian, he could only beg for mercy and bow his head. That seemed to give him a chance. However, if he fought with Lin Xian head-on, it would be over. He would definitely end up in a miserable state. Chapter 5506. The news quickly spread out. When the Kirin race found out that 2 of the 3 geniuses they sent out were killed, instantly they were stunned. Then, many elders were furious. That despicable Lin Wuyi dared to kill their people. He was too arrogant, too despicable. Who did he think he was? Did he really not care about the Emperor race? He wasn't a quasi-emperor yet. He didn't have the right to rule over them. The Kirin race was furious. The other clans and sects on Tianji continent all gasped when they found out. It seemed that this was a vicious person. He didn't even give face to the Kirin race. Since that was the case, the Kirin race wasn't going to hold back. They decided to take revenge. They weren't the only ones. Some of the clans and sects under them also received the order. They gathered their formations and weapons. Some of the clans and sects frowned. Why did they have to offend Lin Wuyi? Even some of the Kirin race frowned. They wanted to ask about it. However, they realized that the Kirin race leader had disappeared. Where did he go? Where did their leader go? They didn't know. At that moment, in a mysterious palace on Tianji continent, there were a few figures. The Kirin race leader was among them. He was just one of them. There were a few others. One of them was a lady in purple. She was as beautiful as a fairy. She was the leader of the Purple Mansion. The leader of the Purple Mansion had been fighting against the 10,000 Dragon Court. However, when she received the call for help from the Triple Crown King, she chose to return. Compared to the 10,000 Dragon Court, the Triple Crown King was more important. He was their top expert, and they couldn't allow anything to happen to him. When the leader of the Purple Mansion found out that the Triple Crown King was in Tianji continent, she immediately rushed over. She also met the leader of the Kirin race. The Kirin race didn't want to go against Lin Wuyi. However, the leader of the Purple Mansion gave them a condition that they couldn't refuse. After hearing this, the leader of the Fire Kirin race's eyes turned red. She asked, "Can you really send our Kirin race to that place?" The leader of the Purple Mansion nodded and said, "As long as you help us protect the Triple Crown King, I can let your Kirin race go." That's great. The Qilin clan leader was overjoyed. If he could go to that place, then his future achievements would definitely far surpass his current achievements. At the very least, becoming a quasi-emperor would not be a problem. If he was lucky, he might even become a great emperor. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists in excitement. He said, "All right, leave it to us this time." Other than him, there were 3 other figures. 2 of them were experts. One of them had a golden glow on his body, as if he was wearing golden armor. It was the leader of the Golden Armor sect. The Golden Armor Gate was also one of the top sects in the Heavenly Fate continent. Moreover, the Golden Armor Gate's defense was extremely strong. Legend had it that during the Primordial Age, the first-generation leader of the Golden Armor sect had obtained a set of battle armor by chance from the primordial battlefield. Although the armor was broken, the great Tao on it was truly terrifying. The first-generation sect master used this broken armor to develop a set of extremely powerful body refining techniques. Moreover, he had successfully established a peerless sect. One could imagine how powerful their defenses were. The other was from the Spirit Exterminator clan. This was also an ancient clan. They were extremely terrifying and had the means to destroy the world. More importantly, They had the Spirit Exterminator Cauldron in their hands. Once enough living beings were destroyed, the power of the Spirit Exterminator Cauldron would develop to an extremely terrifying level. Now that the Spirit Exterminator Cauldron was extremely powerful, the leader of the Purple Mansion had gathered the people of these two sections. He had also promised them many secret manuals. That was why these two sects were so tempted. Leader, please don't worry. This Linwoody is powerful, but he is only one person after all. He is not truly invincible. If we were to take action, his plan would definitely not succeed. The leader of the Golden Armor Gate said with a smile. He was very confident in his own defense. Their sect's primordial golden armor was extremely powerful. It was definitely the most powerful of all time. On the other side, the leader of the Spirit Exterminator clan also laughed. Our Spirit Exterminator Cauldron can be used now. Once it was used, although it could not be compared to an extreme Dao weapon, it was definitely the strongest existence below the extreme Dao weapon. Therefore, the Triple Crown King and the leader of the Purple Mansion could rest assured. Hearing this, the leader of the Purple Mansion nodded his head. The Triple Crown King, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief. This time his life was not in danger. However, he had indeed lost a lot of face. He was actually hunted down and laughed at by the whole world. He swore that when he returned this time, he would try his best to recover to his peak. When the time came, he would personally kill Linwoody. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and looked at the woman in purple beside him. Was this the current Purple Mansion's mansion lord? To be honest, the Triple Crown King was really shocked. After he woke up, he wanted to personally control the magistrate. However, when he saw this woman, he changed his mind. He immediately changed his mind, because he realized that this woman's origin was really too extraordinary. It was far beyond his imagination. She actually came from that place. No wonder she could become the leader of the Purple Mansion at such a young age. The expert behind her was also an existence that the Triple Crown King looked up to. Therefore, the Triple Crown King immediately gave up on this idea. The leader of the Purple Mansion would naturally do his best to protect him. Since they had formed an alliance, these people began to move quickly. At least they had to get Linwoody out of the Tianji continent. On the other side, Lin Xian was still flying in the air. The Rinnegan on top of his head began to search. He was slowly locking onto his target. He didn't know where this guy was hiding this time. He couldn't find him after such a long time. Beside him, Burning Incense said, Lin Gongzi, why do you have to be enemies with the Kirin clan? You're not doing this wisely. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I don't want to be enemies with anyone, but anyone who dares to block my path is my enemy. No matter what clan they are from, or even the Emperor clan, no one can stop me. Lin Xian's eyes were shining with confidence. Burning Incense was also shocked. The current Linwoody was more than 10 times stronger than when she saw him in the dragon transformation battle. He even looked up to him. Was the Kirin clan really going to be enemies with such a person? He had a very bad feeling about this. But now that he was on the Kirin clan's side, he couldn't say anything. He could only sigh. At the same time, Lin Xian suddenly sped up. The void where he was standing cracked open. The terrifying array destroyed everything in its path. Lin Xian flew into the air. The golden light in his eyes was even more terrifying. How dare you attack me? This time, I'll let you feel despair. Chapter 5507. Between heaven and earth, there were countless blood-colored auras that filled the air, turning into terrifying demonic beasts that charged towards Lin Xian. This was a world-destroying formation created by the Spirit Exterminator clan. They had used this formation to destroy one world after another. However, such a formation could not withstand a single blow from Lin Xian. A sharp sword qi appeared in Lin Xian's hand. He slashed out like a flaming divine sword, turning everything into ashes. Damn it, how is this possible? How can his flames be so terrifying? Is this the 9 suns' divine fire? Why do I feel that its power is even more terrifying than the legends? In the distance, the elders of the Spirit Exterminator clan who had created the formation felt their scalps go numb when they saw the scene. They quickly retreated. However, it was still too late. The terrifying eye of Samsara in the sky looked down. The hand of heaven reached out from the eye of Samsara and smashed it. The souls of those people vanished into thin air. Lin Xian fought his way through, tearing apart hundreds of formations in an instant, and was still attacking. The Spirit Exterminator clan was completely stunned. They could feel that the soul jade pendants of their clan's experts were rapidly shattering. Damn it, what happened? There was a huge mirror above their heads, as if it was the heavenly realm. The scene on the mirror was that endless mountains and rivers were shattered, and the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. A figure like a sword god swept out in all directions, stunning the surrounding people. Is this person Lin Wuti? Is he really so powerful? Our intelligence was wrong. The Spirit Exterminator clan roared crazily. In fact, they were not the only ones. The Golden Armor sect and the Kirin clan also saw the contents of the formation. Their expressions were also extremely solemn. At this moment, the Kirin clan leader said in a deep voice, "Since this was the case, let's use some special means. Use the legendary divine weapons. 12 legendary divine weapons can form a super divine weapon formation. I don't think this kid can withstand it." Hearing this, the surrounding people nodded one after another. The Kirin clan took out 8 legendary divine weapons. The remaining ones were taken out by the Golden Armor sect and the Spirit Exterminator clan. 12 legendary divine weapons condensed in the air. They emitted an extremely terrifying light and then shrouded Lin Xian. These legendary divine weapons were extremely terrifying, far surpassing ordinary divine weapons. They were the top existences below the extreme divine weapons. At this moment, they attacked together. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Boom! Lin Xian was instantly shrouded. He furrowed his brows when he sensed the information contained on it. He did not care about one legendary divine weapon, but 12 at the same time was a threat to him. But so what? It was just a threat. It was still impossible for him to kill him. Boundless laws exploded in the sky as the 12 sacred weapons were activated at the same time, instantly shrouded heaven and earth. Endless rumbling sounds spread out in all directions. At this moment, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. They were all shocked. Was he hit? When Burning Incense saw this scene, he too sucked in a cold breath. To be honest, no matter how strong Lin Xian was, he would still be helpless in the face of such an attack. The other clans and sects sighed. At the same time, in the mysterious hall, the members of the 3 great clans smirked when they saw this. The Spirit Exterminator clan said that they had hit him. The Golden Armor tribe said that even the Golden Armor tribe would not be able to withstand such an attack. No matter how strong Lin Wuti was, he would definitely die. The Kirin clan said that this was for sure. This was the outcome of going against them. Was he dead? The Triple Crown King snorted. Although he had not taken care of it himself, he had finally gotten rid of a major threat. Once he recovered his strength, he would personally deal with the Divine Union. He would not let go of anyone related to Lin Xian. News of this matter spread to other places. Some people sighed. Was Lin Wuti really going to die just like that? That was not very likely. Lin Wuti was extremely terrifying. He did not take out an extreme divine weapon. He should not be able to withstand it. When the news spread to the Divine Union, the members of the Divine Union were also nervous. However, Yan Ryu said, "Don't worry, they can't do anything to Lin Xian yet." She had unlimited confidence in Lin Xian. At this moment, everyone on the Tibetan Earth Star was talking about it. In the Purple Mansion, the Kirin clan laughed. Their peerless enemy was finally dead. However, their smiles soon froze. Among the sacred weapons in the sky, A sword aura turned into a dragon and rushed into the sky. Then it bared its fangs and claws and tore the sky apart. Lin Xian rose into the sky and stepped on thousands of dragons. He was extremely powerful. What was going on? That was Lin Wudi. He was not dead yet. This was impossible. Could it be that 12 legendary saint weapons were not enough to kill him? The members of the 3 great clans were dumbfounded. The face of the Purple Mansion's mansion lord also became extremely ugly. He said, "Hurry up and use your ultimate skills. Take out the spirit exterminating cauldron." He had a bad feeling. However, it was too late. Before these people could take action, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in the void. Lin Xian put his palms together and raised the 9 heavens cicada. With a roar, the dragons in the sky roared. At this moment, heaven and earth shattered. The 12 sacred weapons were sent flying by the sword. In fact, half of them had already cracked and turned into scrap metal. No, damn it, how could it be like this? The Kirin clan roared crazily. However, it was not over yet. Another sword slashed out, and the remaining half turned into scrap metal. The 12 sacred weapons were all shattered. They had never seen such an attack power. The Golden Armor sect and the World Destruction clan's eyes were about to pop out. These people's hearts were bleeding. Sacred weapons were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. They were passed down from the most powerful saints, and only after countless years of forging would they become sacred weapons. They were treasures that could only be condensed over time, but now they had lost so many. Their hearts ached. The Triple Crown King's face turned cold. He stared at the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Was this the dragon sword soul? This kind of attack power made him extremely jealous. The Purple Mansion's master took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, bring out your strongest attacks." The spirit exterminating cauldron and the immemorial armor had to be used. Otherwise, it would be difficult to stop this kid. He had interacted with Lin Xian many times. Naturally, he knew that it would not be easy to kill him. The Kirin clan gritted their teeth. Damn it, if our extreme Dao weapons were here, we would be able to kill him directly. Although that was the case, everyone shook their heads and sighed. The Kirin clan's extreme Dao weapons were still attacking the 10,000 dragons' court. They could not take it back. Therefore, they could only think of another way. On the other side, Lin Xian retracted his sword qi. His eyes flashed with a shocking light, because he had found the location of the Triple Crown King. In the next moment, his body flashed, and he flew towards that place. Chapter 5508. Inside the hall, the Triple Crown King and the others were still discussing. Suddenly, the entire hall shook violently as it was torn apart by a sword. The sunlight from the outside shone in. At the same time, a terrifying aura filled the hall, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Oh no, the other party had actually attacked. What a fast speed! The Triple Crown King's pupils constricted. He looked up at the sky and saw a godlike figure. He was standing in the sky. Lin Xian looked down and said coldly, "Ziming, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape from me." His eyes were filled with killing intent. Ziming had actually dared to attack the Divine Union and injure Yan Ruyu and the others. He had definitely touched Lin Xian's reverse scale. Therefore, Lin Xian had no intention of letting Ziming off. The Triple Crown King gritted his teeth. "Despicable brat, don't be so arrogant." The Purple Mansion Master also stood up. "Lin Wudi, I won't let you kill him." "You?" Lin Xian looked at the Purple Mansion Master and shook his head with a cold smile. "You don't have the right to say such words. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me." The Purple Mansion Master was so angry that he trembled. His beautiful face was filled with coldness. He snorted and sent out a palm strike. His palm turned into a purple cloud that enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and sent out a golden crow that shattered the purple cloud. Then he stomped his foot. A terrifying flame aura filled the air and forced the Purple Mansion Master to retreat. The Purple Mansion Master spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Damn it, this guy's strength was so terrifying. He was even more terrifying than the Triple Crown King. He had even surpassed him. Now he finally knew why the Triple Crown King was being hunted. Only a quasi-emperor could suppress such a person. The Spiritual Annihilation Patriarch and the Golden Armor Alliance leader were also shocked. Was this young man the legendary Lin Wuti? He was indeed powerful. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian looked at the two of them and said, "I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel down and submit, and I'll spare your lives." Hearing this, the two experts were instantly enraged. They were both top-notch overlords who could dominate an area. Now a young man actually wanted them to kneel down and submit. How could they tolerate this? The Spiritual Slayer clan's leader scoffed coldly. "Brat, you are too arrogant. When I swept through the world, you weren't even born yet." On the other side, the leader of the Golden Armor Gate also stood up. "I also want to see what you, Lin Wuti, are capable of." "Humph. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, don't blame me." Lin Xian coldly snorted. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. His fist pierced through heaven and earth. Then he charged at the Patriarch of the Soul Slayer clan. The Patriarch of the Soul Slaying clan bellowed, "Spirit Extermination Divine Fist." His fist also struck out. This was a blood-colored fist that carried the resentment of countless creatures as it swept through heaven and earth. His fist collided with his opponent's. With a cracking sound, the Spirit Extermination Patriarch was sent flying backward. Half of his palm had turned into blood mist. The other half of his body was covered in cracks as he fell into the ruins. He couldn't believe it. Lin Wuti actually injured him with a single punch. Trash, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then he looked at the leader of the Golden Armor Gate. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palm. Endless demonic chi formed a demon god seal that slapped forward. With a loud boom, a huge seal crossed the ancient time and space and attacked forward. The leader of the Golden Armor Gate roared. He formed a seal with his palm, and endless mysterious runes gathered on his body, forming a battle armor. The battle armor enlarged and covered his entire body. "It's useless. Lin Wuti, you can't break it. This is our golden armor technique." The leader of the Golden Armor Gate was very confident. He wasn't Lin Wuti's opponent in terms of offense, but in terms of defense, Lin Wuti was definitely inferior to him. Boom! The demon god seal hit the golden battle armor, releasing an earth-shattering aura that forced the surrounding people to retreat. They were all nervous, but they realized that it didn't shatter this time. Great, he blocked it. The leader of the Purple Mansion smiled. The Triple Crown King also heaved a sigh of relief. As expected of the Golden Armor Gate, the ancient battle armor was indeed strong. The leader of the Golden Armor Gate also smiled. "Did you see that, kid? This is my ultimate technique." Just as he finished speaking, a cracking sound came from heaven and earth. A crack actually appeared on the golden battle armor. No, how could this be? The leader of the Golden Armor Gate's pupils constricted. The others also panicked. Even the golden battle armor couldn't block Lin Xian's attack. Lin Xian used his strength again, and another wave of energy surged out. Break! With a roar that sounded like the roar of 10,000 dragons, it directly tore the golden battle armor apart. The demon god seal hit the leader of the Golden Armor Gate and pierced through her body. In the blink of an eye, the two top experts were severely injured. Lin Xian was like a demon god. He walked forward and stared at the Triple Crown King. "Who do you think can save you now?" He waved his hand. He slashed forward with his sword. The Triple Crown King roared. Damn it, he also used all his strength to block, and a purple mark appeared. The two collided and he was sent flying. One of his arms was chopped off. The dragon-shaped sword qi in Lin Xian's hand became more and more terrifying. It was as if he had turned into a real sword god. Another sword slashed toward Ziming. Ziming's pupils dilated. He was no match for him at all. He quickly retreated, but his body still cracked. However, at this moment, a huge cauldron appeared between heaven and earth and blocked the sword qi. It protected Ziming. It was a blood-colored cauldron with all kinds of ferocious heads on it. It was extremely terrifying. The spirit extermination cauldron had destroyed countless living beings. The cauldron formed by it was extremely terrifying. Lin Wudi, I admit that you're very powerful. I'm not your match with my strength, but you underestimate me too much. Let me tell you the true ultimate technique of the spirit extermination race. The leader of the spirit extermination race walked out again. His broken body had healed, and he held the spirit extermination cauldron in his hand. Confidence was restored in his eyes. Sensing the endless killing intent coming from the spirit extermination cauldron, Lin Xian frowned. What a cruel method. You actually used the power of billions of living beings for yourself. You're unforgivable. The leader of the spirit extermination race sneered. Humph, this world follows the law of the jungle. The strong are respected. I use their power because I think highly of them. They should be proud. And soon, you'll become a member of the spirit extermination cauldron. My power will become even stronger. You, Lin Xian sneered in disdain. How do you know how powerful I am? Damn it, what an arrogant kid. Go to hell. The leader of the spirit extermination race was furious. He couldn't tolerate the other party's insolence. He threw out the spirit extermination cauldron. The blood-colored cauldron swept between heaven and earth, bringing with it a monstrous sea of blood. Endless phantoms appeared on it. There were war gods with broken bodies, destroyed experts, terrifying saints, and angels with broken wings. All kinds of experts were killed by the spirit extermination cauldron. One could imagine how terrifying this cauldron was. Chapter 5509. The monstrous sea of blood surrounded Lin Xian as the spirit extermination cauldron enveloped him. Ha! The spirit extermination patriarch laughed out loud as he looked at Triple Crown King. Don't worry, this kid will definitely die after entering the spirit extermination cauldron. The power of the spirit extermination cauldron definitely exceeded his imagination. Triple Crown King also laughed. She also felt the terror of the spirit extermination cauldron. Even if he encountered it, he would probably be seriously injured if he wanted to escape. Once Lin Wudi was seriously injured, it would be easy for them to kill him with so many people around them. After finally dealing with it, Golden Armor King also walked out. Triple Crown King snorted coldly. Everyone thought that victory was in their hands. However, at this moment, 6 worlds appeared in the endless sea of blood in front of them. 6 paths of reincarnation. A cold and emotionless voice sounded. The 6 paths of reincarnation rotated as if everything was reincarnating. War gods with broken bodies, angels with broken wings, saints with broken wings, and all sorts of powerful beings entered reincarnation at this moment. The sea of blood quickly disappeared and the murderous aura between heaven and earth weakened rapidly. No, damn it, what was going on? The spirit extermination patriarch's pupils constricted and her expression became extremely ugly. Why was it like this? He felt the power of the spirit extermination cauldron rapidly weakening. What was going on? The Golden Armor Patriarch was also stunned. The Kirin Patriarch's pupils constricted. It was Lin Wudi. This was his 6 paths of reincarnation. Quickly find your spirit extermination cauldron. The spirit extermination patriarch's expression turned ugly. What? 6 paths of reincarnation. It could actually restrain his spirit extermination cauldron. He quickly found it. However, it was already too late. A golden palm reached out and grabbed the spirit extermination cauldron. Then he said, Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Lin Xian walked out of the sea of blood. Flames surrounded his body, and the 6 paths of reincarnation surrounded him. He was like a supreme god as a dragon-shaped sword appeared in his right hand. The sword slashed at the spirit extermination cauldron. With a clang, cracks appeared on the spirit extermination cauldron, and it shattered into pieces. This powerful weapon shattered at this moment. The spirit extermination patriarch spat out blood and fell to the ground. His face turned pale. He had been severely injured. Even his soul had split open. The Golden Armor Alliance Master was stunned, while the expressions of Triple Crown King and the others turned ugly. Even the Spirit Extermination Cauldron couldn't do anything to him. The people on the Heavenly Fate continent were even more terrified. They could only feel the endless changes in the aura, but they didn't know what was going on. However, they could feel the aura of the 6 paths of reincarnation, which meant that Lin Wuti was still alive. Moreover, he was incomparably strong. Could it be that no one could suppress him? They did not know. Lin Xian looked at the Triple Crown Champion and said, "Who can protect you?" As he spoke, he swung his sword again, splitting Triple Crown Champion in half. 3 Crown King. The cracks on his body became even more terrifying. His body was in tatters, moreover difficult to heal. The Triple Crown King had gone mad. He had just woken up and was laughing arrogantly under the heavens, not placing anything in his eyes. But now he was in such a sorry state, like a stray dog. He roared madly, "Golden Armor Sect, take out your immemorial battle armor." The Purple Mansion's Mansion Master also said that he could only rely on him. The leader of the Golden Armor Gate had an ugly look on his face, but he knew that there was nothing he could do. He could only wave his hands. Above the 9 heavens, the nearby void shattered, and an ancient battle armor appeared. This ancient battle armor was abnormally simple, and it carried the aura of time, and at a glance it was full of cracks. Most of these cracks had been repaired, and only a small portion was still in the process of shattering. This was the immemorial battle armor. How many tens of thousands of years had it been repaired to such an extent? However, just the great Tao runes on it allowed the Golden Armor Gate to cultivate to become a supreme body refinement powerhouse. The origin of this battle armor was definitely extraordinary. Lin Wuti, no matter how strong you can't break it. This is the true immemorial battle armor. The leader of the Golden Armor Alliance enlarged the immemorial battle armor and swept across the area. He protected the few of them. With this thing, they were in an invincible position. Block it first. We have to leave this place. The Purple Mansion Master gritted his teeth. They could only block it now, but it was probably impossible to kill Lin Wuti. Damn it. The leader of the Spirit Extermination Clan had an ugly look on her face. She was seriously injured now and couldn't even use half of her strength. What was even more heartbreaking was that the Spirit Extermination Cauldron had actually shattered. It had taken 6,000 years to condense a complete Spirit Extermination Cauldron. This made her heart bleed. Lin Xian looked at the light of the golden armor in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Immemorial battle armor? Do you think I can't kill you just because you're hiding inside? Ziming, you're too naive. I said that no one can save you today. Even if a quasi-emperor comes, I will kill you with my sword. Lin Xian's hands condensed again. He mobilized the power in the sword world. At the same time, he said, "DeLong, erupt." DeLong nodded. With a roar, he absorbed the power in the sword world and roared toward the sky. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in Lin Xian's hand grew larger. It turned into a bottomless ravine. Slash! The flame between Lin Xian's eyebrows jumped, and his divine body bloomed with radiance. He slashed out with his sword. Heaven and earth were completely shattered. This sword slashed on the immemorial battle armor, causing it to shake violently. The blood of the people inside was also surging. The pupils of the Spirit Extermination Clan's leader constricted. How could it be so powerful? The Zifu Mansion Master and the others were also nervous. The Golden Armor clan's leader originally wanted to say that it was impossible, but the pressure on him was too great. His face was red, and he couldn't speak at all. He could only use his power. Block it. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. However, Lin Xian fully recovered the great dragon, sword soul this time. The power of this sword was really too strong. It was comparable to an extreme Dao attack. Therefore, after holding on for a moment, the immemorial battle armor instantly shattered. It was actually cut open by the sword. The immemorial battle armor turned into tens of thousands of pieces and scattered all over the ground. As for the Golden Armor clan's leader, he was cut in half by the sword. His body and soul were destroyed. The Triple Crown King, Fu Mansion Master, and the others were all injured. They vomited blood and were sent flying. The Golden Armor clan's leader was killed by a single sword strike. Was the immemorial battle armor broken? At this moment, the people of the Golden Armor clan all knelt on the ground. Their faces were filled with despair. It was impossible. The immemorial battle armor was found in the battlefield of the ancient times. It was definitely terrifying, but now it was broken. What was going on? The Spirit Extermination clan's leader was so scared that his scalp went numb. He had seen the immemorial battle armor before, but it couldn't withstand a single sword strike from the other party. What kind of existence did they provoke? His face was filled with despair. Thinking of this, he turned around and fled. He didn't want the secret manual of the Fu Mansion Master anymore. He only wanted to save his life. Lin Xian snorted coldly. How dare you leave? In the sky, the Spirit Extermination clan's leader's body instantly stopped. An expression that was uglier than crying appeared on his face. He turned his head and shook his head crazily. Please spare my life, young master. I've been possessed. I've offended you, young master. I'll definitely respect you in the future. Chapter 5510. Respect me? Lin Xian sneered. There was no need for that. He slashed out again. No. Damn it. I'll fight it out with you. The patriarch roared crazily. She had already lowered her head, but Lin Xian still wouldn't let her go. He used all his strength to resist, but in front of DeLong he was no match at all. With a slash of the sword, she turned into a bloody mist and disappeared. The Kirin patriarch's eyelids twitched wildly. Even the Purple Mansion Lord gasped. The Triple Crown King's face turned extremely ugly. Lin Xian was too strong. He had a bad feeling about this. Lin Xian stared at the Triple Crown King. Who else can save you now? The Kirin clan or the Purple Mansion Lord? I want to see who dares to go against me. At this moment, Lin Xian was brimming with murderous intent and was extremely domineering. He wanted to let the other party know what despair was. A hint of madness appeared in the Triple Crown King's eyes as he looked at the Kirin patriarch and the Purple Mansion Lord. The Purple Mansion Lord said, Fellow Taoist Kirin, let's attack together. The Kirin patriarch nodded. He knew that he had to do this. Taking a deep breath, he roared angrily and turned into a Kirin. He punched out with the Kirin arm. It was as heavy as a mountain. His strength was even more terrifying than the previous Kirin son. On the other side, the Lord of the Purple Mansion had used 5 different ultimate techniques in a row. They were all lost ultimate techniques. Lin Xian roared at the sky. Good. He clenched his left fist and turned into a sun. The sword in his right hand flew out. The Eye of Reincarnation formed the heavenly Tao of reincarnation. The hand of heaven in the sky kept falling. Lin Xian had single-handedly fought 2 top-tier divine ancestors. The momentum was very shocking. I'm coming too. The Triple Crown King roared angrily and instantly rushed over. He had defeated Lin Xian previously, but he was very strong. At this moment, with him, they could definitely suppress everything. Oh no, Lin Wuti is in danger. She wants to fight against 3 people alone. The surrounding people exclaimed. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to withstand the attacks of these 3 people. Could it be that he was going to be suppressed today? The Triple Crown champion laughed heartily. He felt that he had suppressed Linwoody. Brat, today is the day you die. From the looks of it, the other party was not as powerful as he had imagined. If he had known this would happen, he would have joined forces with them. He wouldn't have been so scared before. Just the 3 of you want to suppress me? How laughable! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Suddenly, the heaven-devouring jar appeared in his hand and he threw it forward. With a boom, the chi of Tao erupted and swept across the 9 heavens. Not good. Qilin Zicheng's expression changed greatly. The pupils of the Triple Crown King and the Purple Mansion Master also shrank. Run quickly. The Triple Crown King turned around and fled, but they were still sent flying by this force. Cracks appeared on his body. At this critical moment, the Purple Mansion Lord roared. He summoned a large cauldron to block the heaven-swallowing jar. Dragon pattern tripod. After blocking it, his face turned pale. Triple Crown King heaved a sigh of relief. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you have an extreme grade weapon, why didn't you take it out earlier?" The Purple Mansion Lord snorted coldly. "Shut up. Who told you to attack the Divine Union?" He didn't know what to say either. Previously, when they had attacked the 10,000 Dragon Court, they had used extreme grade weapons many times. They didn't have much strength left. How could they have used an extreme grade weapon right from the start? Besides, if he had taken out his trump card in advance, Linwoody would definitely have let the Divine Union attack the Purple Mansion Lord. Hence, he hadn't taken it out at first. Now that he saw Lin Xian use it to make a weapon, he had no choice but to take out the dragon pattern tripod to block. However, it was still considered good. After blocking the heaven-devouring jar, they could leave safely this time. Triple Crown King snorted coldly. "How can you kill me with an extreme grade weapon? When I return, I will take revenge. I definitely won't let you off. I won't let anyone related to you go." Lin Xian's expression was cold. He stared at Triple Crown King. "I can't kill you? How naive. Let me tell you, with an extreme grade weapon, you will definitely die." As he spoke, Lin Xian slashed out again. The dragon awakened and the sword slashed toward heaven and earth. "Not good. Run." The Purple Mansion Lord shouted angrily. He was going crazy. Triple Crown King still dared to provoke his opponent at this time? Did he not know the power of the great dragon sword? No. Triple Crown King was terrified. How could he block this sword? He used all his strength to block it. However, he realized that he couldn't escape from this sword. He was in despair. He couldn't accept this. He hadn't expected his opponent's great dragon sword to be no weaker than an extreme grade weapon. If he had known this, he definitely wouldn't have dared to challenge his opponent. However, there was no chance for regret in this world. With a single slash, he was reduced to ashes. When the shocking sword light disappeared, Triple Crown King was long gone. A pitch-black hole had appeared where he had been standing. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Divine flames flew out and turned into thousands of golden crows. They covered the sky and engulfed the blood, turning it into ashes. Previously, when he had killed the chaotic body, it had benefited the light-shaking realm. This time he wouldn't do the same. He would completely obliterate Triple Crown King's power. No one would be able to obtain it. He was dead. The Purple Mansion Lord was stunned. The Qilin tribe leader was even more terrified. They hadn't expected Lin Xian to be able to kill Triple Crown King under such circumstances. The Qilin tribe leader was filled with regret. Why had he opposed Linwoody? The Purple Mansion Lord was even more furious. "You actually killed him." Damn it. Although the Purple Mansion Lord was mysterious, Triple Crown King was still extremely important to them. This time he had just awakened. Was he going to die just like that? He couldn't accept it. He stared at Linwoody, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lin Xian said, You should think about how you're going to survive first, because I have no intention of letting you go." He turned around and stared at the Purple Mansion Lord and the Qilin tribe leader. With a single step, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The two of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian still dared to attack. "Damn it, you don't have much strength left," the Qilin tribe leader howled. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He had used up a lot of strength, but it was enough to kill them. With that, Lin Xian's body swayed. He used Shadowless Heaven's net and instantly appeared in front of the Qilin tribe leader. Shura sword technique. He sent the Qilin tribe leader flying with a single slash. The Qilin tribe leader's body was split in half. He was in a miserable state. "Friend, save me." Their family's great emperor weapon had been used to fight the 10,000 dragon court. Now he could only ask for help from the dragon pattern cauldron. The Purple Mansion Lord's face was also ugly. In front of Lin Wudi, it seemed that even an extreme Dao weapon was useless. Damn it! Has this person grown to such an extent? Lin Xian blocked the dragon pattern cauldron with the sky-devouring jar. Then he looked at the Qilin tribe leader again. The sword intent in his hand was even more terrifying. "No, you can't kill me. Do you know who I am? I'm the Qilin tribe leader. I'm the great emperor family's clan leader. If you kill me, you'll become an enemy of the entire Qilin tribe. Let me go, and I promise I won't go against you in the future. How about it?" The Qilin tribe leader said quickly. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Is a great emperor family very powerful? It's not like I haven't been an enemy of a great emperor family before. The 10,000 dragon court went against me. What happened to them?" Hearing this, the Qilin tribe leader's pupils constricted. There was a trace of despair in his eyes.